Well, that shot is definitely overexposed. Celebrate good times. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. That's not going to fix it. Yeah, it seems better. A little better. Mike might be a little on the hot side. Just back it up for me a little bit. That should probably be all right. I think. Maybe. Beard is so dry. Should have put some beard oil in. Can you say ask and you shall receive in a menacing voice? Sure. Ask and you shall receive. There you go. Jackie Brown is my favorite Tarantino movie. I don't know how you guys reject that. I don't reject it. I like the movie. It's just not my favorite. It's just not even close. I mean, I think it's one of the lesser ones, but I really think that Tarantino's never had a bad movie. So, so take that for what it's worth. It's definitely not my favorite, and I really don't even see how it could be anyone's favorite. But I appreciate that you obviously see something in it I don't. Loving the guy who gets his beard pulled in Polar Express beard, TJ. I've never seen that movie. I saw a trailer for it, and I thought it looked like shit. And I guess it's become a holiday classic or whatever, but I still don't really have any urge to see it, so I don't know how accurate that comment is. Man, I'm noticing all kinds of stuff I'd wish I'd done before I started this stream now. Lights were weird. Fucking mic needs adjusting. Fucking beard needs to be brushed. Hair probably could use a brushing too, now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, I have no urge to see it. I don't really like that Robert Zemeckis animation style. I didn't like I saw Beowulf. I guess I didn't hate the fucking thing, but I didn't really like how it was animated at all. Those movies are animated in such a way that they kind of defeat the purpose of animation. I don't know. because like you sacrifice all of the cool stuff that only an animated character can do, be over the top, exaggeratedly expressive, you know. They don't have that going on because they move pretty much like real people. It's motion capture. But they don't really look like real people either. So basically you've gotten rid of all of the pros of animation, and you've gotten rid of all the pros of live action to come to some like weird middle ground that like has no charm to it whatsoever. I felt the same way about the Jim Carrey one, where he did his version of A Christmas Carol. That movie should have just been live action. I mean, there was no reason that it couldn't have been. It would have been probably at least 10 times better if it had been live action. You could have easily put Jim Carrey in that makeup. He would have done just as good a job, in fact, a better job. So, I don't know. I really don't understand what Robert Zemeckis, you know, who's a great filmmaker. I really don't understand his obsession with that technology. I'm glad that it seems like it has subsided, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really get the mocap thing. The live action Grinch is cringe too. Yeah, it really is, but I'll give it this. At least it's way better than that shitty Illumination Grinch. You know? That version of the Grinch is terrible. And as much as I don't really like the live action Grinch, I can still appreciate that Jim Carrey brought some insane energy to that performance, and that probably no one else could have acted through that much prosthesis and, you know, I don't know. I mean, he was covered from head to toe in prosthetic fucking body parts, and that shit's hard to act through. You know, you've seen other performers just get weighted down and destroyed by it. Like, remember when Mike Myers tried to play the Cat in the Hat? It was like he was just fucking... You could just tell he was just totally bogged down by the apparatus of that suit. You know? So I do fucking appreciate what Jim Carrey was able to accomplish. That being said, I do hate that movie. I mean, it's shot... Like, the cinematography is horrible. Like, the character designs, I mean, the Grinch looks good. The Who's look like fucking shit. Whoville looks just, like, hideous and polluted and smoggy for some fucking reason. The script is terrible. That fucking little girl is terrible. She's just awful. Like, expanding the role of Cindy Lou Who to be, like, the co-star is fucking a dumb idea to begin with. Yeah, but Jim Carrey did a great job for what he, you know, for what that's worth. And I think that the only reason that movie is even baseline tolerable is because he did such a good job. Because it's like so much else was done fucking terribly. I don't think it had a particularly like good or funny script either. A lot of the good lines were from the Grinch, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the fucking laughs that actually landed were probably ad-libbed by Carrie. She grew up to be a rock star. I know, I saw her in concert. And, you know, you would never fucking know that chick could actually sing, because she actually sings a song in The Grinch called Where Are You Christmas? And it is horrid. It is so horrible. Where are you Christmas? Why can't I find you? If you're wondering why I know that song and the title and lyrics to it and shit, it's because I had a little sister that would watch that movie over and over and over again because she loved it. But yeah, to me, it's a piece of shit. I don't remember when I saw, what's her band called? The Pretty Reckless, I think. I don't remember when I saw them live. They were opening for someone else. But I saw them, and they were pretty decent. I liked them all right. I'm not a big fan of her band. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm not a hater. I think it's decent enough. I mean, they got some tunes and shit. It's not bad. It's not good. It's fine. It's all right. It's a passable rock band. 5 out of 10 rock band. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, that was what I was. The Benedict Cumberbatch one is the Illumination one. It's from Illumination Studios, who pretty much all their shit sucks. I don't think Illumination's made a good movie yet. Or maybe didn't they do the Mario movie? That was all right. The Mario thing was okay. I mean, it was a fucking zero risks taken kind of total nostalgia fan service fucking movie, but for what it was fine. It was watchable enough. I sat through it. I was neither entertained. Like, I was entertained. I don't mean I wasn't entertained at all. I mean, I was never like, wow, this is great. It was kind of like the whole my reaction to the entirety of the Mario movie was like, huh, yeah, I remember that. Huh, yeah, okay. Then it was over. You know what I mean? That's my review of the Mario movie. Huh, yeah, okay. Except for that fucking banger from Jack Black. You know? That Peaches song he made. That shit was pretty tight. That needed to be way longer. That deserved to be a fucking 3 or 4 minute musical number. I think it was only like a minute and a half or something. The new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is good. Yeah, I liked it all right. I wanted to like it more than I ended up liking it. But I didn't hate it or anything. Fart! Yeah, I don't know. I was actually watching the old Ninja Turtles cartoon last night because I was flipping through YouTube and I saw someone was live streaming the first season, like, over and over again. And I pretty much just sat there and watched the first season because it's like 6 episodes or something. And it's very nostalgic for me because I remember I had a little VHS tape when I was a kid that pretty much collected the same episodes. And I watched that shit, and that was pretty tight. It was still pretty entertaining. I mean, like, the writing obviously was pretty terrible, but there was still a lot of creativity, and like the characters are fun. Animation is actually much better than I thought it would be, because I've always kind of thought to myself that the animation, in the intro is amazing, and then in the show they're kind of just almost static. But really, there was a lot of action in the show that was pretty well drawn. Now there was some awkward animation too, but at least it had ambition. It wasn't just like they stood around talking all the time. They did some ninjutsu and shit, and it looked pretty fucking good. So, yeah. It was I mean, most shit that I see, honestly, that's kind of my review of. Most shit's sometimes I'll see something that's fucking terrible. Sometimes I'll see something that's fucking great. But more often than not, what I see is just like, all right, some things were done better than others. Some things were incompetent, but most of it was pretty competent. Maybe there was even a few little bright spots that fucking rose to the level of good, but overall, I like Captain Planet. We need more kids shows telling kids to bear up corporations. I think it's mean beat up. Well, the problem is that show never actually fucking gave kids a real idea about why pollution happens, you know? Because every fucking polluter in the show just seems to want to pollute for the sake of it. Like, man, you know, there's nothing more I love more than just dumping industrial waste. Yeah. Take that, fucking river. You know, I think it should have been a little bit more like, hey, you know, this is why this happens. I don't know. I guess it's kind of hard to get into all that in a fucking children's cartoon. But if you're going to make a fucking cartoon with an environmental message, you might as well fucking try to convey not just some nebulous sense of like, you could fight pollution, kids, just like Captain Planet. Like, you should teach them why pollution happens, you know? That it's driven by, like, greed. And that if they really want to see change, they need to advocate for, like, systemic change, not just, like, recycle your bottles, you know? Polluting is fun. Sure, sure. We're the Planeteers. You can be one too, 'cause saving our planet is the thing to do. Looting and polluting is not the way. Hear what Captain Planet has to say. Destroy corporate America, kids! Wait, what? What did you just say? Capitalism intrinsically promotes this behavior, kids. Whoa. Holy shit, it does? No, instead he just says, the power is yours. More like, the responsibility is yours. The reason the planet's fucked up is not because of giant mega corporations and their wasteful, you know, pro-profit practices. It's all on you, kids. You didn't throw that plastic bottle in the recycling bin. You're the reason Mother Earth is dying. Fucking piece of shit. Oh no. The power is not mine. You lied to me, Captain Planet. You fucking eco-fascist. A modern Captain Planet where they destroy corporations would be amazing. I didn't really understand when I was watching that episode of Rick and Morty where, I forget what her name was, like Planetina or some shit. She's like a Captain Planet parody that starts fucking Morty for some reason. And and then she like decides like, man, this pap isn't saving the fucking planet. It's time for me to fucking really do something. And so she like starts like killing coal miners and shit. You know, they're like, fuck you, we're gonna destroy the planet anyway, cause you're a fucking dumb bitch. And she's like, oh yeah, well fucking die then. And then Morty's like, no, you've been corrupted. I was like, am I supposed to not agree with what she did there? Cause, And then Morty being like, no. It's like, huh? You finally get a bitch? And this is how you act? Ugh. Corporations are pretty much as cartoonishly evil as the cartoon, though. Maybe, but not for the sake of it. It's all for, like, the profit motive. You know, they want to make money. Who doesn't? Money's great. You know? within the context of our society, money is the bee's knees. It's fucking, it's the golden tit that gives the sweetest milk forever. I hate Rick and Morty out of spite because I had friends who are really annoying about it. That's understandable. Fans are definitely an annoying lot, you know. There's plenty of shows and movies and stuff that I reject even giving a shot because I don't like the fans. It's like, I don't like you people. Remember those motherfuckers that were like devotees of The Wire for a while? Motherfuckers just went around always sucking the dick of The Wire all the time. You always had to hear about how great The Wire is. Seems like they finally have died down. I haven't heard shit about The Wire in a while. Now that I've mentioned it, someone will fucking pop up. Ooh, The Wire! But you don't really see them organically too much anymore. You know? I'm glad about that. I was pretty sick about hearing about the genius of the fucking Wire. Well, Game of Thrones is different. Game of Thrones was a fucking bona fide phenomenon where everybody was fucking watching the damn thing. I'm talking about these shows that people feel like they need to proselytize. No one felt they needed to really proselytize Game of Thrones because they just assumed everyone else was fucking watching it. Because they pretty much were. But The Wire, because it was like a little bit more underground, I guess, didn't have quite, it wasn't like a national phenomenon. So, but everybody who liked it fucking had to preach it to you all the time, you know? I don't know, anyone liked Rick and Morty after season 3. Obviously, there were new writers that just weren't good. I've never noticed this qualitative difference that Rick and Morty fans seem to reference in like the show. Like, oh my God, it was so much worse after XYZ thing happened. You know, oh, it went so downhill after this thing. I've never really seen that. I've never perceived that. There are episodes of Rick and Morty that I like less than others. There are really none that I dislike. Other than, I think, Interdimensional Cable 2. I don't really care for that one. I feel like the Cable segments were way weaker than they were the first time around, to the point where I just felt like I wish they hadn't done this. Or I wish they'd waited 5 years to do this or something, you know? But other than that, I don't really have a problem with any Rick and Morty. In fact, some of my favorite episodes seem to be the ones that rile people the most. A lot of people really despise the episode where Morty fucks the horse sperm extractor and his sperm somehow become like sentient beings and start like flying around and destroying things and taking over the world. And then there's like incest baby jokes and, you know, so on and so forth. A lot of people, oh, this is a new low for this show. And I was just thinking like, man, this is one of the fucking funniest things I've ever seen. I fucking laughed my ass off the entire time. So I guess that was just for completely regressive, sort of juvenile sense of humor people like myself. That's a great one to me. And a lot of people don't like the dragon one either. I notice a trend in the episodes people don't like. It's like episodes where things get a little bit too sexual. People are like, ooh, I don't know, this episode makes me a little uncomfortable. But for me, I'm just like, this is great. This is like, this is my bread and butter right here. This is fucking wonderful. I think people are just still too prudish, in my opinion. I think we got to do something about all this prudishness that still taints the American psyche. But yeah, I love that shit. I love that show. I love every episode of that show except for Interdimensional Cable 2. That one's no good. The Beavis and Butthead revival is supposedly really good. I'm going to tell you right now, it is really good. I think the Beavis and Butthead revival, hot take, better than the original show. Never going to be as influential, never going to be as culturally relevant, but pound for pound, better show. Better writing, better jokes, The characters, I think, are better developed. I mean, I get that sort of being way underdeveloped was kind of like part of the gag for the original show, but it's kind of nice to see these characters kind of like pushed a little bit further without really compromising who they are. I do think that one complaint I do have about the new episodes is I do think that there's a little bit too much emphasis on Beavis and Butthead attempting get-rich-quick schemes. I'm not saying they never used to do that in the old show. They definitely did. But it seems like that's become way more of a thread, and I think it's probably because there are probably writers on that show that grew up watching Ed, Ed, and Eddie, which was those characters' motivation. So I think that some of that Ed, Ed, and Eddie shit has started to creep in to Beavis and Butthead in a way that I don't think it's totally uninvited, because like they're still doing funny shit with that premise, but I think that's been the plot of way too many episodes. So I kind of hope they tone that down a little bit. But that's really my only criticism, and that's a fairly minor criticism, is just like over-reliance on that sort of plot structure. That's valid, but the animation isn't as good. I think that really depends on what season of Beavis and Butthead you're talking about from the past, because Beavis and Butthead was really never a marvel of animation. I mean, I think that the animation now looks way more crisp, and obviously that's because it's probably being primarily animated with computers at this point, whereas it was probably being animated a lot more by hand in the day. But I don't care. I think it looks good. It should be more about them being pussy, trying to get pussy and being incels about it. Well, in fairness, when they try to get money, it's usually because they ultimately want pussy. You know, they don't want money just for the sake of having money. They want money to get girls, which is very in character. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, pretty good show. TJ, if you have a top 10 episodes of Rick and Morty, how many would you post season 3? I mean, that's kind of hard. Is there like a Rick and Morty episode tier maker that we could look at? Because that would be a good way to do that on the fly. I might have to occasionally look up an episode here and there. Let me see if I can find like a tier list. Okay, so this only has it by seasons and episodes. So I'm going to also need a episode guide, or I'm going to see if someone made this a little better. No. Okay. I think this is the best one I can find here. How come these episodes are all out of order? Whatever. I assume they're all here, though. So I'm also going to need an accompanying episode guide so that I can remember what every episode of this show is. TV series, yeah. IMDb should be my friend on this one. Wait, why are there 10 seasons? There's not 10 seasons? What the fuck have you done? Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so let's figure this out. No. Whoa, what? What are you doing? Quit freaking out on me. Settle down, bitch. All right, you're going to go over here, okay? That's where you're going to be. So I'm going to go ahead and put you guys up here. Yeah, you guys should be all right there. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to change these headings because I think this thing they got going on here sucks. I don't like this. So we're just going to go the boring, typical system here. All right. Almost every episode, season 4 and above, are garbage. I mean, I obviously have already conveyed to you that I don't agree with that. So, like, whatever. So, the pilot episode. Okay, well, actually, we're not in order here. So, I guess we'll just do it in the order that they've given us here, even though it's going to be a little bit weird to go around and figure out. But I don't feel like rearranging them. So, fuck it. So the first one they're giving me is season 1, episode 10, which is Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind. Rick, falsely blamed for murders by the Council of Ricks, begins a cross-dimensional pursuit with the authorities while attempting to prove his innocence. This is the first encounter with evil Morty, quote unquote. Also, I think introduces the whole Citadel thing. Pretty important episode for lore reasons, but I don't remember it being especially amazing in terms of enjoyability. I'm going to give it a B. So season 1, episode 11, that's where they just do that like party. And you have Aberdolf Linkler or whatever the fuck. I did not really like that episode very much. I'm going to give it a C. By the way, I like pretty much every episode of Rick and Morty, so consider this whole scale to exist in the realm of like from A to C. So like an F on this scale is really a C in real life. But we're gonna judge them against like the entirety of the series, okay? So season 2, episode 1. Having restarted time, Rick, Morty, and Summer are in a quantum uncertainty state of existence. Okay. So this is the episode where they keep splitting the timeline until the point where there's like 64, like 128, and it just keeps going and going. This was actually a really good episode. I really thought this was a great season opener. Do I want to go to S with it? I'm going to go with A for now. I might reconsider. Season 2, episode 2, Morty Night Run, where Morty tries to save the entity that comes to be known as Fart. I would say this is also an A episode. Okay, so now it seems like we are going in order. Wait, are we missing all the other season 1 episodes then? And this is just, like, this list has just been fucked up? Yeah, what happened to all the rest of the season 1 episodes on this? Wait, there's season 1, episode 1. Are the season 1 episodes just like scattered about and then everything else is like kind of in order? I guess that's what's happened because I'm seeing season 1 episodes just kind of scattered around. Okay. I'm just going to trust that everything is accounted for here. Hopefully it is. Season 2, episode 3, autoerotic assimilation, where Rick rekindles his romance with I forget her name, but that entity that assimilates other people, kind of like the Borg. They even have a little like Borg cuck character that's kind of on the sideline. Not as good as the first 2 episodes of that season. I'm gonna give that one a B. Next one we have to judge is season 2, episode 4, Total Rick Hall, where you have those parasites that they propagate themselves through false memories, in which they ingratiate themselves to their host by creating artificial familiarity. And I really like this episode a lot. I'm going to put that in S tier. It's one of my favorites, honestly. So Get Swifty, really not a huge fan of this one. I'm going to put it at C. The Ricks Must Be Crazy. This is where Rick has to fix his car by going into the miniverse, which contains a teenyverse, which can, so on and so forth. And this is the one where you have Stephen Colbert, I think, do a guest pop. Also a great episode, giving that an A. Season 2, episode 7. This is the Tiny Rick episode, also the episode where Beth and Jerry go to get marriage counseling on an alien planet. This is one of those episodes where I definitely enjoyed the B plot more than I enjoyed the A plot. I think that it's just, that's just a way more memorable storyline. Not the greatest episode, but not bad either. I'm going to put that at a B. Now, David Cross is in a different episode. He plays, he's in the one where they put everyone in a simulation. I think that's a season 1 episode. So season 2, episode 8, Interdimensional Cable 2. I don't like it. F. The stuff with Jerry's penis is kind of funny, but overall, I do not like the segments that they produced for the Interdimensional Cable stuff. Not as funny as the first time around. Not by a long shot. So the next one is season 1, episode 1, the pilot episode. Which, what even is the fucking plot of the pilot episode? Now that I'm really thinking back on it. Yeah, okay, they got to go through alien customs. I mean, it was a good little intro to the series, but whatever. I mean, it's honestly, even putting it at C is kind of a nostalgia thing. It's more of a D. I mean, it's a good little intro to the show, but the show does so much more interesting things after that. I can't fucking justify putting it much higher. There's just everything else on this list fucking kicks its ass other than this. So next one is season 2, episode 9. This is the Purge Planet episode. I like all the blood and guts. I'm going to put it at C. Season 2, episode 10, The Wedding Squanchers. It's another very, overall plot of the series kind of episode. Pretty decent. I'm going to put it at a B. So next we got season 3, episode 1. This is one of my favorites, actually, the Rick Shank Redemption. They pretty much unceremoniously end the galactic government or whatever the fuck and the Citadel all in one fell swoop. They have the whole thing with the Szechuan sauce that became a giant meme that swept the nation. I'm going to go ahead and put that in S tier. That was a really, really good episode, really great example of what the show can do at its heights. So season 3, episode 2. This is the Mad Max parody one, which I really wanted to love because I'm a huge fan of Mad Max Fury Road. I grew up watching The Road Warrior on TNT a lot. So I love Mad Max. I love Rick and Morty. Seems like a match made in heaven. Didn't really like it. In fact, kind of forget it exists when I'm not thinking about it. So season 3, episode 3, one of the most famous and infamous episodes of Rick and Morty. The Pickle Rick episode. Almost needs no introduction. I'm going to go ahead and put it at A. I think it is a really good episode. Despite the meme kind of taking on a patina of cringe over time. So the Vindicators episode, Vindicators 3, The Return of World Ender, where they kind of take shots at the superhero genre. And it has one of my favorite Rick and Morty jokes of all time, where Morty points out that Rick is basically stolen the premise of the Saw films, and Rick's like, I'm not a hack. And then drunk Rick on the monitor is like, it's like in that movie Saw. So I didn't explain the joke well, but you remembered if you were there. I like this episode a lot more than I think a lot of people do. I'm going to put it in A tier. The Whirly Durly Conspiracy. This is where Rick and Jerry go on a little trip together. Jerry almost decides to kill Rick or have him killed or allow him to be killed, lead him to his death. There's one of the darkest jokes in Rick and Morty is in there. You know what I'm talking about if you remember the episode. Not one of my favorites, but not bad. I'm going to put it at B. Season 3, episode 6, Rest and Rick Laxation, where the toxic Rick and Morty are separated from Rick and Morty. And Rick actually becomes a very thoughtful sort of guy, well-balanced, kind individual, helpful, gregarious. And Morty becomes a sociopathic pussy hound that basically turns into the Wolf of Wall Street. Because of course they realize that the definition of toxicity is like self-defined. So of course, a 14-year-old boy's ideal of his perfect self is going to be that. Anyway, not a great episode, but not a bad one. I'm going to say C on that. The Rick Lantis mix-up. This is a very well-respected episode. I think more liked by others than it is by me. I'll still give it an A. I think a lot of people would want it put it S, but I can't quite go to there with it. Morty's Mind Blowers. This is an attempt to do something different than Interdimensional Cable. I didn't really care for it that much. I'm going to give it a C. The ABCs of Beth, trying to give Beth a little character. Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually not next because we have another season 1 episode that has just snuck in. I remember this. This is the lawnmower dog. This is the episode where, they do. This is the one with Scary Terry. They're trying to change Morty's grades, but meanwhile the dogs become sentient and overthrow the human race, and so on and so forth. And it's a pretty good little episode. I'll give it a B. So season 3, episode 9, the ABCs of Beth, trying to give Beth a little bit of character development, give her a little edge. Not a bad episode. Not really a great one, though. The Richturian Candidate. This is where Rick fights the president. Didn't seem epic enough for a season ender for a lot of people, but I still thought it was a pretty good episode, although I think I kind of agree with that criticism. I'm still going to put it a B. Okay, now we get into the episodes that are supposedly dog shit. So maybe now I'm going to realize that person was right as episode after episode is cast into the D and F bin. We'll see. So Edge of Tomorty, Rick Die Repeat. So right off the bat, I like that episode. I don't love it. It's not one of my favorites of all time, but it's definitely a pretty decent episode. I would give it a solid B. Old Man in the Seat. This is where Rick makes a friend in his own strange way over a toilet. And not my favorite. Gonna give it a C. One Crew Over the Crew-Coos, Morty. This is the one where they parody heist films, which I hate heist films, and I loved their fucking criticisms of heist films in this episode. I'm going to give that one an A. Claw and Hoarder, one of the most hated episodes of Rick and Morty. This is the dragon episode, which a lot of people seem to feel uncomfortable with because it gets very sexual. I love it. I'm not going to put it at S, but I am going to put it at A. Rattle Star Rick Lactica. This is the snake episode where Rick and Morty finally does deal with a time travel plot. And I think what is this the one with the subplot where Jerry is weightless and I don't know if it is. I think it might be based on what I'm seeing here in this thumbnail. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is an A. So season 4, episode 6, an anthropology episode that follows Rick and Morty on a train with people who don't like Rick. They have to find their way out, but they bump into... This is an episode of Rick and Morty that I'm literally too stupid to understand. I get it a little bit more every time I watch it, but I don't really get it even to this day. And that kind of annoys me, so I'm giving it a C. I fucking love this next episode. The next episode, no, not yet. We're almost there. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do it now. This is the Acid Vat episode. This thing is a fucking banger. It belongs in S tier. It always will. Anyone who says otherwise is a fucking idiot who does not know what the fuck they're talking about. But let's go back one episode to season 4, episode 7, Promortius, where Rick, Morty, and Summer visit an alien civilization where Rick and Morty are controlled by parasites, and Summer... Yeah, okay. So this is not one of my favorites. I'm going to give it a C. We're going to go back to season 1. This is the one with the amusement park inside the hobo's body and stuff. And I think it's the episode where Jerry finds out his parents are fucking some black dude. I don't know. It sucks. Whatever. It's not that good. I'm going to give it a D. Season 4, episode 9, Childrick of Mort. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry share a galactic adventure. What a vague fucking plot line, too. Okay, yeah, this is the one where Rick thinks he fathered a bunch of weird babies with an entire planet, and I don't know, whatever. It's not very good either. It gets a D. Star Mort, Return of the Jerry, season 4, episode 10. An adventure with an invisibility belt, but a family that disappears together must stay together. This episode... This is where they finally kill Tammy, where Bird Person returns as Phoenix Person. A lot of plot in this one. And, I'm starting to realize that even though I am intrigued by that plot, a lot of these plot episodes are not my favorite episodes. I'm going to say C. I agree with Rick's assessment of the episode within the episode where he says, let's go do a stupid goddamn Star Wars or whatever the fuck he said. So anyway, now we're on season 5. Let's do it. So, the first one, Mort dinner, Rick Andre. Rick hosts dinner for his ocean-dwelling nemesis while Morty gets the wine. And pretty much becomes the bane of an entire civilization in the process. This one I remember being pretty funny, but I don't remember it super well, so I'm going to say it's probably like a B. Season 5, episode 2, Mortyplicity. The Smiths suspect they're being hunted, but who's even real? This is an episode that I think was trying to mind fuck me, but it was trying a little too hard. I'm going to give it a C. Season 5, episode 3, a Rick convenient Mort. Morty falls in love with an ecological heroine named Planetina. Planetina episode. Really like this episode. Going to give it an A. Season 5, episode 4, very low-rated episode. Probably the lowest rated I've come across in this. Rick dependence spray. Morty has the idea of using a horse breeding mount to extract his semen. But, okay, so this is the giant floating sperm episode, which I already have confessed to you I love. I'm going to give it an A. So I do not agree with the down raters, the people who dislike it. I'm actually kind of into it. I think it's pretty fucking hilarious. Season 5, episode 5, a Morty can Grick-feedy. These fucking titles, man. This is the one where Morty and Summer steal the car. I feel like this episode was just made because the car was popular in the previous episode it had been featured in. And I don't really give a shit about this episode. I am going to give it a D. Gotron, Jerrysis, Rick Valian. Wait. No, I missed the Thanksgiving episode. Okay. The Thanksgiving episode is cute. Not great, but cute. I'll give it a C. The episode with all of the giant robots and stuff, I'll give that also a C. So season 5, episode 8, Rick Turnell, Friendshine of the Spotless Mort. Rick attempts to save his beloved friend, Bird Person. They go into Bird Person's mind. A lot of backstory is revealed. I think it's a pretty good plot-driven episode. I will give it a B. Season 5, episode 9, Forgetting Sarek Mortschel. Rick gets new sidekicks while Morty makes a new friend. This is where Rick gets the 2 crows, right? Oh, wait, we're not even on that one yet because once again, they've thrown a season 1 episode at us. And I do not know. I got to go back and look because I do not fucking remember. Take me back to season 1, yo. Season 1, episode 4, M. Night Shyamalians. This is the one with the virtual reality system that the aliens put them in. This is the one that David Cross guest voices in. This is a great episode. This belongs in the S tier, in my opinion. Now, let me just find the rest of these fucking season 1 episodes. They got to be in here, right? Season 1, episode 5, Me Seeks and Destroy. I'll give it a B. Rick Potion, number 9. I will give that an S. It's a great episode. Classic fucking episode. Raising Gazorpazorp. That is season 1, episode 7. Not a big fan. Gonna give that one a D. Rixty Minutes, which is the first interdimensional cable episode, right? Yeah, season 1, episode 8. That's a fucking classic. I'm not gonna I don't know. I'm torn, but I'm definitely not S tier with it. I'm torn between A and B. I'm gonna go A. I think it deserves an A. The one where Rick fights the devil. And they do a Needful Things parody, and it's actually way better than the actual Needful Things. I'm also going to give that an A. And I think that we've already rated the last 2 episodes of season 1, so if we're out of these stupid, out-of-sequence season 1 episodes, and we can get back to just doing things in order. All right, here we go. We are on season 5. We only have a couple more of those. And the season 7 episode is not on here yet, so I'll tell you where that would be if it were. But for now, let's rate these last 2 episodes. Honestly, the last episode here, the one with Rick getting his little crow friends, I remember it being pretty funny, but I don't remember it very well, so I'm going to put it at C. So, season 5, episode 10, Rick, Marai, Jack. This, as far as I'm concerned, is probably this probably is the best main plot episode of the show. Really fucking good. I'm going to put it at S tier. And now we only have season 6 to go through. So this, for those of you who are not Rick and Morty fans, I am grateful that you have stayed here through this because there's no fucking way you've enjoyed this segment. But whatever, we've done it. Luckily, I know a lot of you are, so. So anyway, Season 6, Episode 1, Solarix. The Smiths are, deal with last season's fallout, and Rick and Morty are stranded in space, floating in the remnants of the Citadel. Yeah, this is a pretty decent episode. I'm going to put it at a B. Season 6, Episode 2, Rick, A Mort Well Lived. This is where Rick is playing that game that you can't, whatever, you're like living your entire life in the game. And Summer has to do a Die Hard, although she's never seen Die Hard. I remember this being pretty decently funny. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B. Season 6, Episode 3. This is the one where Beth fucks her clone. Pretty cool concept, in my opinion. I'm going to give it a B. Should have gone kinkier. Season 6, Episode 4, Night Family. This is where Rick's latest piece of alien technology allows the family to order their sleeping bodies to perform tasks while they continue to rest. Whilst the family see immediate benefits, the Night Family starts to question their side of the deal. This episode, I remember being pretty funny, but kind of pappy. I'm going to give it a B, but I almost want to put it in C. But it was funny enough that I don't think I can give it a C. Season 6, Episode 5, Final Desmithation. My God. After a fortune cookie at Panda Express somehow has the ability to change someone's fate, Rick and Jerry must go on an adventure to stop and steal this ability. This episode was pretty funny. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B. The next one is the dinosaur episode. I was not the biggest fan. I'm going to put it in the C category. Season 6, Episode 8, Analyze Piss. This is where Jerry beats up the piss master or whatever his name is, and then Rick feels bad for him. So he goes to his house, finds that he's committed suicide, but decides to save his reputation by becoming the piss master himself. I don't know if piss master was his name. It was something like that. And, it's a good character development episode for Rick. Shows us a little bit more of a likable side of his personality and stuff. Actually, I guess I skipped one. So I will go ahead and rate this Analyze Piss episode as a... I'm going to give it a soft A. I almost want to give it a B, but I'm going to give it a soft A. So then we have Season 6, Episode 9, a Rick and King Mortar's Mort. This is where Morty is invited to join the Knights of the Sun, but you have to chop your dick off to do so. Funny gag. Kind of played it a little thin. It kind of got a little thin after a while. I'm going to give it a C. Also, let me go back because I missed an episode. I need to rate Episode 7 here. Season 6, Episode 7, Full Meta Jack Rick. Rick and Morty find themselves caught in a confusing, meta-powered loop of adventures leading to a showdown with an unmotivated nemesis. This is another one of those ones like the fucking train episode that's trying to fucking mind fuck me. But you know what? I understood this one way more, so it didn't mind fuck me properly. So the other one got a C because it mind fucked me too hard. This one's getting a C because it didn't mind fuck me hard enough. How you like that? Unpleasable, bitch. All right. And then Season 6, Episode 10, Rictional Mortpoons Rickmas Mortcation. Jesus Christ. This is, I guess, a Christmas episode. Trying to remember this shit. Yeah, okay. So I don't really remember it all that much. So I feel like that kind of tells me that I didn't really love it. So I'm kind of forced to give it a C, even though it is like one of these like major plot heavy episodes. And then I would probably put the season premiere of episode 7 in I'd probably put it as a C as well. So with that all being said, I guess that I have 6 here that are definitely going in the top 10 or whatever. So the real question is because we started this off trying to be like, what's going to be in the top 10, right? So now the question is, what else? What that's currently in the A tier would also make the top 10? So let me figure that out. Well, first let's order these, right? So I don't know. The acid vat episode might be my all-time favorite fucking episode. So I'm gonna put that at number 1. I have to go back to the seasons again because I don't remember what all these are. Take me back to the season city where I can look at the seasons and see where they rate. Okay. So season 2, episode 4. Total Recall. Yeah. So that's that one. While we're on season 2, are there any other season 2s in here? No, there's not. Okay. So season 3, episode 1. That's the Rick Shank Redemption. Okay. I'm comfortable with that being under Total Recall. That's fine. So season 1, episode 4, M. Night Shyamalan's. Okay. That can be under that for now. Season 1, episode 6 is already on here. Rick Potion number 9. To me, that's the episode that really made me fall in love with the show. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in the number 2 slot right here. Season 5, episode 10. That is that's the one where all the evil Morty stuff comes to a close. I would say that's better than this. Better than season 3, episode 1. Season 3, episode 1 being the Rick Shank Redemption. Yeah, I think it probably is. It's better than season 2, episode 4. What's that again? Total Recall? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay. So there is the top 6 right there. So the question is now, what from this should join that? So, or wait, I missed something here. Because this is A Wrinkle in Time. So wait, what is season 1, episode 6? That's Total Recall, right? That's Rick Potion number 9. Okay, yeah, that's where I want it. That's fine. I wish they would just put the episode titles on here. Season 2, episode 4. Yeah. That's Total Recall. So what is season 2, episode 1 then? A Wrinkle in Time. Okay. I was confusing those 2 episodes. Yeah. Okay. That would definitely, I think that's probably going to go up here. So what are these season 4 and 5 episodes we got in here? I guess what is season 3, episode 3? I need to make sure I don't want to put that on here first. Pickle Rick, no, I don't think I will. I don't think it's gonna get the top 10. It's probably, if it did, it'd be cracking a low spot. So what do I have? I have season 3. Okay, season 3, episode 7. That's the Citadel one, right? Yeah, the Rick Landis mix-up. Very popular episode. I don't think it's quite gonna make my top 10 though. So season 4, episode 3. No, that's not going to make it. Season 4, episode 4, the dragon episode. I can see that making a low spot, especially since it'll piss off haters of that. We have a few more season 1s in here. Season 1, episode 6, and season 1, episode 9. Do I want to put those in there? Nine, no. 6. Wait. No, that's episode 8, sorry. That's interdimensional cable. Okay, so no, probably not. So how many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So how do I want to round that out? Oh, season 4. No, I'm not going to do that one. Let's see. The one with Morty saving the fart is pretty good. I can put that in there. I'll put that above the dragon one for sure, but probably not above anything else here. So that brings me to 9. So I just need one more to round this out. Yeah, probably this one. Season 4, episode 5. The snake. I did enjoy the snake episode, and I'm pretty sure that's the one where Jerry fucking goes on his little anti-gravity quest too. Let me make sure of that before I rate this. Okay, I could probably just check the IMDb page. What am I doing? Yeah, okay, it is. So, yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with that then. Yeah, I'm going to put that above the dragon one, and I'm going to put it... Yeah, I think I'll put it above the dragon one. So there you go. So what is the distribution on this list then? So I have... How many do I have from season 1 on my top here? 1, 2. From season 2, I have 1, 2, 3. From season 3, I have 1. I think there's only 1 from season 3, right? Okay. From season 4, I have 1, 2, 3. From season 5, I have... Do I have any from season 5? I have 1. And then from season 6, I don't think I have any in the very top 10. Okay. So, yeah, I guess the earlier seasons are a little bit more represented there. So I guess that there is... I guess I could say that I perceive a little bit of that decline. But I definitely don't have any sort of like hatred or anything for later seasons. So I guess that that guy who said that there has been a decline, I would have to agree that there's some point to that. But I don't feel like it's been precipitous. And I don't feel like I have like fallen off as a fan of the show or anything. Now we'll see how season 7 goes. There's obviously been some shakeups. So. Total Recall deserves top 10, TJ. You know it in your soul. No. No, I'm comfortable with where it is. Yeah, I wish it would just put the episode names. I guess it's kind of hard with this limited amount of space, but there you go. There's my take on that shit. I'm gonna take a small little journey to the kitchen to refill my water, and I'll be back with some more stuff. Sorry. Hit a joint and it hit back. Anyway. Let's respond to some Christian shorts on YouTube. They're not all Christian, I guess. Some of them are just religious in general, but they're all pertaining to religion. And they feature a who's who of some of the best of the worst on the platform.
Why is it, do you think, that among...
Actually, sorry, hold on. Do a little audio test here.
Why is it, do you think, that among many secular atheist types, they almost have a desire to believe in random nothingness?
Yeah. Well,
all right, hold on. I want to start over. I need to like Slavov Zizek, whatever the fuck his name is. I need to do that shit. Yeah. Oh, the problem is that. Anyway, let's take a look at some YouTube shorts talking about atheists, because I'm an atheist, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are atheists as well. Let's see what's going on in that wild frontier of YouTube shorts, shall we? There's Tim Pool talking to, I think, Andrew Cluven. Maybe it's him, maybe it's not. It might just be a dude that I'm mistaking for him because I don't have a really solid grasp of what he looks like. Let's do it.
Why is it, do you think, that among many secular atheist types, they almost have a desire to believe in random nothingness?
Yeah. Well, because they think it's going to give them power. They think it's going to make them free. And
I don't understand this logic. I don't understand the idea that atheists believe in quote unquote random nothingness in the first place. I don't believe in random nothingness. I believe in the things that actually exist. I believe in what I would call observable reality, not random nothingness. And I don't believe in observable reality to give me a sense of power and control. That would be the people who imagine that there is an all-powerful being that is the big boss man of the whole universe and that they have a personal relationship with that thing. Those would be the people tripping on a power fantasy, actually. Because what I believe is that I am an insignificant speck. I know I said that word weird, insignificant speck, okay? Insignificant. Oh. I think I'm a tiny little cog of suffering in a larger machine that would run just fine if my ass wasn't here. In fact, would run just fine if the entire human race wasn't here. So there's no power fantasy to that. It's one of the most disempowering things you could really accept, is just how small we are in the great cosmic scheme of things. We are not some sort of special being created by the creator of the universe did not take some personal interest in us to the point where he has rules for us and is concerned about us and cares. You know, none of that is part of my belief system. What I believe is that observable reality, things that can be empirically proven to be true, are the things that I accept as being true. And even then, I have doubts. Because philosophically speaking, we could all just be brains in vats, or I could just be a brain in a vat, or I could be a stray errant thought in someone else's brain in a vat. that only thinks it exists for this little tiny moment. All of my history just imagined, all of my future non-existent. You know, I could be just some lines of code in a simulation, in a matrix somewhere. You know, all sorts of crazy things could be true. But none of those are known to be true. What is known to be true is that this universe, as it exists now, as it can be observed now, we know that in some form or another, that stuff exists. Beyond that, we're pretty goddamn clueless. And to just make stuff up to fill in the blanks is not my style. If we don't know, I would rather just shrug my shoulders and say, I don't know, than make something up or believe in a fairy tale or embrace mythology as truth.
It always does exactly the opposite. I mean, that's kind of, you know, to say the word out loud, it's kind of satanic that there are certain things that offer you power. Anger makes you feel powerful. You know, that rage you feel against people. Thinking that you're totally free. Thinking that I can change my sex. I just have to announce it, and I've changed my sex.
No one thinks they can change their sex, at least not yet. Maybe the technology will be there someday to change your actual biological sex. But as of now, no one believes that they can change their sex. They believe they can change their gender. And gender is a matter of performative social presentation. It's not a biological thing.
Sounds like power, but it actually enslaves you.
Wow. So deep, so profound. I don't think any atheist is in it for the power, so the whole thing kind of falls on deaf ears for me. Doesn't really ring true. I have never embraced atheism because I thought it was going to somehow bring me power. Yes, first I'll be an atheist and then I'll have power. Power to do whatever I please. If anything, it's Christians that do that. As an atheist, I believe I'm pretty strongly limited by what's possible in reality. I believe I'm pretty strongly limited by what sort of rules are imposed upon me by the society that I exist within, right? But as a Christian, I believe that there is a higher power on my side, that, you know, ultimately I need to answer to man's law an order of magnitude less than I did to need to answer to God's law. And what is God's law? It's whatever I want it to be, because I can cherry pick the book. Just like all Christians cherry pick the book. I can decide, oh yeah, what God meant was reinterpret God through my own whims and desires until I end up with a God that thinks everything that I think and feel is super permissible and awesome, and everything that everyone else thinks and feels is wrong and sinful and horrible and decadent. That's a power fantasy to me, not accepting reality. Accepting reality is the opposite of a power fantasy, because it's the opposite of a fantasy. It's saying I won't even allow myself to fantasize about reality, at least not without first telling myself, hey, this is a fantasy. Don't get too hung up in this. So now we're going to visit our buddy Andrew Tate.
There's no such thing as atheists. If you look at the people who say, I don't believe in God, they worship a flag and a vaccine. I don't care what any...
They worship a flag and a vaccine. Okay. Lot to unpack already just in the first 5 seconds. So atheists aren't real because really they just worship a flag and a vaccine. So I don't worship a flag. I don't worship a vaccine. As far as the flag goes, I like the flag. It's a nice flag, a pretty little rainbow flag. Wave it around. I like what it stands for. You know, hey, you know, gay people traditionally have been oppressed within Western society, and now we're not going to take it anymore. Awesome. Seems cool. I like that idea. The vaccine, it's fine, I guess. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's not been as effective as vaccines made in the traditional way. The whole RNA thing was not as effective a way to make a vaccine. But I took the vaccine. I got it. And just like Trump, by the way. And, I felt like it worked fine. I mean, I got COVID, but it was very fucking mild. And I got it again recently after getting the booster thing because my wife had it. Or actually, I didn't get it. I had symptoms from taking the vaccine that were pretty bad, but I didn't get COVID even though my wife had COVID, so the vaccine worked to prevent it that time around. So as far as I'm concerned, the vaccine is fine. It's a useful piece of technology, biotech. The flag is fine. I like what it stands for. I believe in LGBT rights and stuff, so that's good. But I don't worship either of those things. But even if I did worship those things, that wouldn't make them my God, because a God is inherently a being, not just a thing you worship. So I don't believe that flag has directives for me. I don't believe that vaccine has directives for me. I don't believe that either of those things are entities. I don't believe that either of those things, substantiate reality or transcend this mortal realm or anything like that. So I don't have any miraculous or spiritual beliefs about them. So really in no way do they actually resemble a god, and if worshiping material things made them God, then in the case of Andrew Tate, Bugattis would be God. Money would be God,
Anybody says. If you put anyone in that submarine just before it imploded, everyone would pray. Everyone believes in something.
Well, probably not, because I don't think they knew it was going to implode until it just did. I'm pretty sure they didn't even know they were going to die. And by the time something went wrong, they were dead so quick they never even had time to comprehend it. I believe that's more the predicament those people were in.
So you have to decide what your religion is. I believe in things that make you more powerful. And I believe that believing in God gives you a new degree of strength. If God makes you more powerful, then God is real. I chose Islam because it's firm.
I think you also chose the winning team.
Oh, it's completely the winning team. It's the winning team. It's just the winning team because it has principles. I like the idea of right and wrong. If you're hungry and you walk in to buy a sandwich and there's 100 sandwiches, it takes 10 minutes. If there's one sandwich, isn't life easier sometimes?
Sure. I love how he basically... his faith in Islam, by his own admission, has nothing to do with him recognizing some inherent truth or validity to Islam. It's that he likes the inflexibility of Islam, and he believes that Islam will prevail culturally. And that's why he's chosen it. So it's really a very pragmatic, very secular, and very atheistic sort of reasoning. Because you notice he didn't say, like, I was touched by Allah, or I saw the inherent truth of Allah, or anything like that. Basically, he's done exactly what I was talking about in that previous segment, which is embrace religion as a power fantasy. This is, I don't know who this guy is, but we're going to watch him.
How do I get an atheist to believe in God? In my opinion, an atheist...
So I'll tell you right now, here's what you have to do. Demonstrate that God exists. That's all you have to do. Present even one scintilla of evidence that God is real. And, I'm not just going to believe instantly the second I see any evidence, but I would start to give credence to the idea. Here is some evidence that God is real. Okay. Well, now that I have some evidence that God might be real, I will start to give that idea more credibility. And if there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that God is real, I will believe in God at that point. There's no reason for me not to. He has been demonstrated. So yeah, what I require is not anything other than evidence.
Atheist is not an atheist because of his head, but he's an atheist
okay.
because of his heart. Even if there was...
My heart has nothing to do with the equation, because my heart, if I was really going to go with my heart, I would just like worship the god of butts and believe that when I die, I will go to a realm of ever present, ever jiggling booty flesh, right? That would be my theology if I was just going to follow my fucking heart.
Definitive proof of God's existence, atheists still wouldn't be Christian. Whoa, whoa.
Well, maybe not. I don't think I would necessarily be a Christian if you proved God was real. I mean, because first of all, I mean, if you prove God's real, you'd also have to prove that it's the Christian God. But even then, I don't know if I'd become a Christian. Just because there is a God, it doesn't mean I have to follow him. Although in the case of that particular God, I might do it just because, you know, the incentives to do so versus the counter incentives if you don't are pretty fucking strongly loaded. I think that if you're an atheist and you find out that the Christian God is real, even if you find him to be morally despicable, you're still going to have some inclination to follow simply because you don't want to burn forever in hell, and you would rather go to this magical paradise that he's created.
What a claim, Spencer. How can you say that if God was right in front of an atheist, they wouldn't believe? In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve would walk with God. Obviously, that is undeniable proof that God exists. Would you not agree? And Adam and Eve,
I mean, if you're Adam and Eve and you see God physically there in your presence walking with you, then yes, I guess that's proof that that God in some form exists.
Eve walked with God, and yet in their pride, they chose not to be with God. I mean, look at the Israelites. Imagine being...
Yeah, but they weren't atheists. They chose not to listen to something God told them not to do. God said, don't eat the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and they did it anyway. So they disobeyed God, but that doesn't mean they didn't believe in God. So they weren't atheists. So you using that as an example of how an atheist would still deny God. And by the way, it's even if they did somehow just not believe in God, even though they'd seen him, it would still just be a story in a book. So not a great example.
Being in Egypt when God brought those plagues. Imagine being at the Red Sea when it parted. That is undeniable proof that God existed. A pillar of fire.
No, it's not. Wait, even by the standards of the Bible, it's not. There are sorcerers in the Bible. There are witches and other spirit beings that have certain powers and abilities that human beings don't have in the Bible. So seeing the Red Sea part would be evidence that something parted the Red Sea, but it wouldn't be evidence that the Christian God with all of its attributes did that. So even if I did see the Red Sea part, I guess you're right, because I would not be able to just jump to the conclusion, well, God must be real. Because even by the logic of the Bible, there are other entities capable of that feat.
Appearing out of nowhere. That is undeniable proof that God existed. And what does it say?
No, it's not.
About the
same
nation
reason.
of Israel, that they complained and they were unbelieving. If people with undeniable proof of God's existence still...
Yeah, they're characters in a storybook. So this is kind of silly. Like, this is literally a guy is trying to use the Bible, a book that I don't believe in, as proof that I should believe in the Bible. Like, if the people in this made-up book still doubted God even though they'd seen him do stuff, that's proof that you would deny God even if you saw him do stuff. Therefore, you can't even change an atheist mind because you're just stubborn fucks.
Some of them decided not to choose God, then I know that it's not about belief in God. It's about surrender to God.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're kind of right on some level. I mean, you're mostly wrong, but I do agree with you that believing in God and following God are not the same thing. But since he doesn't exist, it's not really all that important, is it? Anyway, here is Matt Walsh, another superstar, with a question for us atheists.
Now, when the Supreme Court made the decision about Roe v. Wade, we were told that by the left, including many of them secular atheists, doesn't matter what the Supreme Court says, women have the right to abortion. Well, what do you mean right? What are you appealing to exactly when you talk about...
I am appealing to you. I'm appealing to humanity in general. When I say women have the right to an abortion, I am appealing to my belief, my personal belief, that human beings own themselves, that I own me, that Matt Walsh owns Matt Walsh, that a woman owns her own body, and that if she does not want to use the resources of her body to keep alive a fetus, she does not have to. That is what I'm referencing as a right.
This mystical right that exists. You're not appealing to God. What are you appealing to? If you can only appeal to man, if you can only appeal to the government, then it's up to them what the rights are. And it doesn't make any sense. If the government says you have a right to this, it doesn't make any sense to say, no, that's not true. What do you mean it's not true? According to you, a right by definition is simply whatever the government says. This is a real...
I mean, it's not necessarily simply what... I mean, effectively, you're right. Effectively, that is correct. Because if you live under a government that denies you a particular human right, it doesn't really matter if you believe it should exist or not. Like, my belief that abortion is a right of women doesn't really matter if she exists in a paradigm where that right is not recognized or protected by the government. So you're actually pretty correct on that, which is why I think it's so important for people to advocate for the change they want to see, to advocate that the government behave in a way that reflects what we in the populace find to be ethical. And since there is no way to come to a complete consensus on that, it's kind of the job of every individual person to advocate for what they think the world should be, to tirelessly let it be known that here is what I think the world ought to be. Here is what I think human rights ought to be. Here is what I think is the ideal framework for human thriving. And in my case, I believe in keeping it simple. I believe that the most fundamental human right is that we each own ourselves, and that all other rights spring forth from that proposition. And the only things that should be prohibited are things that violate that proposition. So in other words, I cannot go and do involuntary harm to another person, because I would then be violating their self-ownership. They have not determined that they can be subjected to that harm. Now, if they say, spank me, daddy, and I fucking spank them, then that's a different story. That was a decision they made for themselves. So that is kind of how I view things, and that's what I advocate for. But effectively and pragmatically, you're correct. The only things that are actual human rights are the things that are enforced by some sort of governmental entity.
Real problem that I don't think anyone on the left has even attempted, very few people on the left have even attempted to confront or deal with or wrestle with. And it just makes everything they say about human rights totally meaningless.
Okay, well, I feel like I gave you a pretty solid answer there. Feel free to let me know if I'm wrong about that. All right, final guy, final boss, a good friend, JP. What's he got to say?
Okay, you're an atheist. Well, are there great and lesser things?
Great and lesser things. Sure. I mean, subjectively, to me, there are greater and lesser things. There are things that I hold in more esteem than other things, if that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
If there weren't, how could you orient your attention? Because you're going to orient your attention towards the most important things. Okay, is there a rank order of importance?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
Well, clearly there is, because otherwise it's a chaotic mess.
Well, I mean, it kind of is a chaotic mess, but sure.
All right, then the deepest things or the highest things in the rank order of importance, they're the most profound.
Not necessarily. Some of them could be things that are fucking the polar opposite of profound, you know? Like, if I were given the opportunity to be like, okay, so TJ, you can, you see this model on Instagram, right? You see her gigantic fucking jiggly ass, right? So let's say you could be transported in front of her and she will stick that butt in your face and just jostle your whole head around, right? Not very profound, but pretty high on the order of things that are, greater, okay? And if it was like, or you could go have a deep philosophical conversation with Jordan Peterson. It's not even a contest. That's way down here. Maybe there is the opportunity for some profundity in that conversation. I mean, coming from me, obviously, not from you. But I'm definitely sidestepping that for the giant booty. Okay?
Well, those are the religious things. It's a matter of definition. And then it's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of experience. Are there things that move you deeply? Yes. How about beauty? Well, yes, that's one of them. Is that
like the beauty of a giant jiggly butt?
Religious?
No, it's not religious. It's pretty biological.
That's not a matter of argument. That's a matter of definition. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So you win via semantics, I guess. Good for you. Man, all these Christian shorts. Well, I guess one Islamic short too, from our good friend Andrew Tate. But all these religious shorts, they're a hoot. I tell you that. They're a fucking hoot. That was, I think JP probably made the worst argument there, and he's probably the most respected as an intellectual too. It's kind of sad. Oh well. Dude said a whole lot of nothing. I mean, that's pretty much, that's Jordan Peterson for you, right? That's pretty much how he rolls. Always saying a whole lot of nothing. So how's everyone doing tonight? I didn't really get much of a chance to talk to you when I started this earlier. How you guys doing tonight? Everybody feeling good? Anyone having a bad night? Anyone having a good night? Anyone having a mediocre night? Anything interesting happen to anybody? Anyone die? Anyone live? Anyone get laid? Anyone get paid? Anyone get I don't know. Anything interesting happening for any of you? Or are you all just living fucking banal, meaningless, tepid, lukewarm lives? It's all right. Hey, Mr. Naughty Priest. I'm living like Larry. That's good. I think. Got an editing gig. Good for you. Boy, what a joker. What a funny, funny guy. Hey, Coolman, I wanted you to change something on the end screen that we use for these. On one side it says like video, and then there's like one that says like latest stream. I don't know, just change, like, I was gonna say that, like, I don't know, over on one side it could be like best for viewer, and maybe the other one could just be like latest video or something. I don't know, but something else, because I don't really do the public streams over there much anymore. So that doesn't really make sense to be the other label on there. Be sure to make the client a random 3D asset they didn't ask for and get butthurt when they don't use it. Dude, I'm so, like, flabbergasted at that. I know, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be 100% real. Am I a fucking pain in the ass to work for sometimes if you're an editor or something like that? I probably am. I'm not very communicative. I'm pretty fucking dismissive as a dude. So I know I'm not like the easiest guy on the face of the earth to work for in that capacity. But for the most part, I kind of am, because I will leave you alone and just let you do your thing. I'll give you some very fucking minimal directives and just send you out there in the world. Be like, all right, here's basically what I expect from you. As long as you do it halfway decent, I'm fucking fine. You won't even hear from me. Okay? So in some ways, I'm pretty fucking cool because I'm hands off. But I'm also, if you need like help or communication, I'm not the fucking greatest. So I can understand getting a little frustrated with me. But like the stuff that dude fucking said was so beyond the pale insane. Like getting upset that he wasn't paid for that Alien review when the motherfucker literally came to me and was like, oh my God, please let me do the Alien review. Please. I'll do it for free, man. I'm like, fucking all right. You want to do it for free? I'll definitely let you do it for fucking free. And then a year later or whatever the fuck it's been, just be like, why wasn't I paid for that? It's like, you what? You offered to do it for free, you fucking moron. You can't offer something for free and then bitch when you didn't get paid. You can't go and create weird fucking 3D assets for something you were never asked to make and then be like, when am I getting paid for them 3D assets I made? It's like, never. I never asked for them. You don't get to just do a project that you assigned yourself and then go to your boss and be like, hey, I made this, pay me. What? Very weird. This was a mid-stream. It's not even over yet. It's barely. I have tons of segments left, okay? I have like at least 4 segments left. So you can't even determine that yet. Okay? Alien, yeah, the fucking the what the fuck happened to Alien review on Cinema for Cynics that Paul did a while back. Is Vosh coming on Deep Fat Fried? You know, I'll go give him another tap. If he hasn't already responded. Yeah, I'm gonna go give him a fucking boop. He wrote me back on the 18th. But I have not heard from him since then, so hit him up again. I pretend to do stuff as a Discord mod. I also want to check. Okay. Secret lib. We all know Vosh is a secret lib. He's CIA, he's a CIA plant. Secret lib, what you think about that? That's Paul's country song. Vosh. Everybody talk about Vosh now. They talk about Vosh. TJ. Chelsea. Hi. Hey. Hi. Hi, Chelsea. Hi. Chelsea, hi. TJ, I love the story about how you heard rain is a good thing by Luke Bryan and were disgusted by it. Is that one where it's like, rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes country girls get real frisky? Is that one? Because that song does suck a bunch of nuts. Luke Bryan, Rain. Yeah, I want you to fucking listen to this fucking work of genius, okay? Listen to this shit. You guys are in the way. Okay. My daddy spent his life looking up at the sky. He'd cuss, kick the dust, saying, son, it's way too dry. It clouds up in the city, the weatherman complains, but where I come from, rain is a good thing. Rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey, whiskey makes my baby feel a little frisky. Back roads are bogging up, my buddies pile up in my truck. We hunt our honeys down, we take them into town, start washing all our worries down the drain. Rain is a good thing. My God. What do you want to bet? This motherfucker does not live in some little fucking small town on a goddamn farm growing corn. What do you want to bet? This guy lives in a fucking mansion in a city somewhere. Luke Bryan house. Oh my God, what? I don't believe it. What? Oh my God, you guys. It's kind of cool. He actually does live in like a fucking modest little country house. I was fucking wrong. No, I'm just joking. This is one of his properties. This is his Florida house on the beach. On the beach. With a swimming pool on the beach. Oh, yeah. What else he got? Oh, yeah, let's see. This is another one of his houses. Where's this? 10,000 square feet, huh? An 1,800 square foot guest house. Wow. He's a simple kind of man. Won't you do this? His guest house is the size of my house. That I rent, by the way. That I don't even fucking own. That's cool. That's neat. What a fucking simple guy. Ain't nothing like a kiss out back in the barn. Wringing out our soaking clothes, riding out a thunderstorm. When the tin roof gets to... oh, is that what you got? You got a tin roof on this? That doesn't look like a tin roof. Let's see, is there a tin roof on this one? No. It doesn't look all that much like a tin roof to me. Maybe your barn has a tin roof. Where's your barn? I'm not seeing a barn. Oh, here's one. Yeah, okay. I guess there is a barn. They got some goats. That's cute. So I guess that's what he's talking about. Being out in the barn. Making out in front of the fucking goats and shit. Small town values, I'll tell you what. Farmer Johnson does a little dance, creaks on the rise, roll up your pants. Country girls, they want to cuddle. Kids out playing in the big mud puddle. Sure thing, bud. Sure fucking thing. Rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey. Whiskey makes that dumb bitch get real frisky. Don't forget that Kid Rock is simultaneously from the country and from the hard streets of Detroit at the same time somehow. Oh, yeah. He's a hard man, dude. That's a hard motherfucker. Let's look at some right-wing memes, huh? Why not? Well, there's actually plenty of good reasons why not, but, you know, fuck that. We got to get content somehow, right? I've been adding these stickers to women's restrooms, but you can only see it if you stand up to pee. On the underside of the toilet, they got a little sticker that says, "Transing kids is child abuse." Well, first of all, and correct me if I'm wrong, but trans women, for the most part, probably sit down to pee as well, right? I feel like if you are doing a whole like gender transition, you're probably not going to buck the trend of how to use the ladies' room by peeing standing up. Now, I don't know. I'm sure there are probably some trans women that pee standing up, but probably for the most part, they sit down. So I think that's probably pretty silly. Also, kind of a dick move, not just to the trans women who might see that, or the trans allies who might see that. Not just a dick move to those people, but also a dick move to the janitor or the worker that is going to be tasked with cleaning that fucking shit up. Like, someone has got, you put a sticker on the fucking toilet, it's not just going to stay up there. It's going to eventually be someone's job to go remove the fucking thing. So you've just created a bunch more work, and pretty nasty work at that, for some, you know, employee that might even be like on your side, might even be a transphobe like you. And then they got to go clean this damn sticker up. So pretty inconsiderate to them as well. So yeah, you suck. Fuck you. And I think that any business that catches you doing this should bar you for life. But unfortunately, you'll probably never be caught because no one's watching you in the bathroom. This is a weird one. It's an Andrew Tate one. So I'm going to get a little out of the way here. I'll maybe just shrink myself down a smidge. Or I don't know. Whatever. I can be as big as I want. Fuck that. So this meme depicts Andrew Tate as Link, who is full of arrows because he is protecting young men who, for some reason, young men are represented by a wide-eyed, obviously DTF Zelda, right? So, I don't know, young men are just like, oh my god, I am the Zelda to Andrew Tate's Link. You know what I mean? Like, a little weird, right? Supposedly straight. That's interesting. The war on men. He's protecting them from the cancel culture, protect globalists, mainstream media, false accusations, radical feminism. Andrew Tate protecting these young, Nubian, fucking big-breasted young men from all of those nightmarish things that are coming to get them, so that they can they can play patty cake later. So here is a Christian, right-wing Christian meme, okay? So it has a big fat neckbeard brony watching TikTok videos, drinking McDonald's, smoking a joint, watching Netflix. You know, so basically Me. Just like me and every fucking half this audience, right? Us. Doing the atheist thing. Imagine following a man-made religion. And then the studly Christian Chad, rippling fucking muscles, right? You know? Rippling, gorgeous muscles. Got a Bible just hanging out next to him, and he's lifting weights because that's what he does. If you're a Christian man, you lift some goddamn weights, buddy. I'll just put myself here because I'm basically this guy anyway. Jesus is over his shoulder watching him, making sure he fucking does enough reps. He's got a cross around his neck, you know, super Chadley motherfucker. Because, I mean, we all know that pretty much every Christian you see, rippling fucking muscles, always lifting weights, looks like a total Chad, you know. That's the funny thing to me about this meme. Like, okay, I'll take my licks, okay? I'll admit that this fucker here is me. Fair enough. I can see. I can see that. I get it, okay? I get why that's me. But you think that's fucking you? You think that's you, buddy? No. You are basically just this. You're this guy over there. You're that guy. But instead of the My Little Pony shirt, it's like a Jesus shirt or some shit. Or it's a pro-gun shirt. Now let's get to the actual text of the fucking meme. Imagine following a man-made religion, and then the Christian says, if Christianity is a man-made religion, why does it go against all of man's desires? Well, it doesn't go against man's most fundamental desire, which is to dominate and control others. And religion is pretty goddamn practically useful for that kind of shit. So I don't know if it necessarily goes against all man's desires. I also wonder if you can show me the Bible verse where it says, thou shalt get jacked. Like, I love how your example of like what Christians are doing is lifting weights as if that's somehow a religious activity. I mean, I lift weights too. I have a little home gym in my garage, and I do butt workouts every other day, and then I do some upper body workouts like once or twice a week because that's less important to me. Rather have a big ass than big biceps. I'm kind of just weird like that. It's fine. But the point is, I'll work out. I'll lift some weights despite being an atheist. So I don't know. I don't know if this meme makes a whole lot of sense, bud. Nice try, though. Oh, it's this Chad again. Let's see what the Chad is up to this week. That's why I like the term chud for these people. Because they all think they're Chads. They're really fucking chuds. So the guy's like, what are your intentions with my daughter? And this is what his intentions are. First, gonna marry her. She's not even gonna wear a wedding dress either. Well, she will in the second pick, I guess. Oh, okay, this is not the marriage pick. This is meeting the girl at the church because she's a good Christian girl, and she's wearing some kind of weird veil and stuff. So there's that. And then his next intention is they're going to get married, right? Going to get married. And, of course, once again, there's Jesus looking on approvingly, you know. I guess they're not very popular as a couple because there's no one actually attending the wedding. But that's okay. You know, they're married before the eyes of God. As long as Jesus is there, that's all that really matters, right? And then, I guess this dude who suddenly has shrunk down to about 4 feet tall, maybe even 3 feet tall. I get it. He's kneeling. Okay, I get it. But he's saying a miracle. He's got his weird, malformed demon cat dog thing over here. And he's looking at his wife's big fat belly because she just committed her first act of vor. She ate the neighbor. And now he's looking on like, wow, that's amazing. So that's pretty cool. I do agree with you on the vor thing. That's pretty sexy. And then I guess they kidnap a bunch of weird pacifier-sucking midget demons or something. And that's pretty cool. And now he's got a rake, because that's everybody's fucking ambition in life is to be a raking man. I'm going to rake some stuff, boys. And he's got his Indiana Jones cosplay hat. And yeah. So that's his intentions with your daughter, sir. What a fucking... Okay. All right, so here's another right-wing meme. That's what we're doing right now. Leftist virtue signaling. Hate has no home here. And you see the Black Lives Matter, the trans, the Palestine, the Ukraine, and then the LGBTQIA, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But then the conservative rebuttal down here, of course, because we got to have that. This is, unless it's hate for Trump, his supporters, white men, Christians, conservatives, and Jews. Oh, yes, of course. All those. Okay, so let's go over those one by one. Hate for Trump. Well, you know, if you're anti-hate, then it kind of makes sense to hate Trump, doesn't it? Because that's what he kind of stands for. Trump has made hate his rallying call. So if you're anti-hate, you're probably going to not have positive feelings towards Trump. Now, is it ironic to be anti-hate and hate Trump? Maybe. Maybe it's ironic, but it still makes pretty good, congruent fucking sense. You know, because if you're going to fucking, I mean, maybe you could say you don't hate him, you just oppose him. Personally, I fucking hate his guts. I'm not even really anti-hate. I'm anti-unjustified hate. Is there a good reason to hate black people as a race? No. Is there a good reason to hate trans people as a group? No. Is there a good reason to hate Palestinians? No. Is there a good reason to fucking hate Ukrainians? No. Is there a good reason to hate LGBTQ people? No. There's not a good reason to hate any of those people as groups. Individually, there's probably, I mean, are there individual black people that I hate? Sure. Individual trans people? Sure. Individual Palestinians? Sure. Individual Ukrainians? Sure. Individual LGBTQ people? Sure. But as groups, doesn't make sense to hate any of those people. But does it make sense to hate Trump? Sure. He's a douchebag. He's a piece of shit. He's evil. He's a fucking fascist. He can go fuck himself. You're damn right I hate his guts. Do I hate his supporters? No. I know Trump supporters in my fucking day-to-day. I know Trump supporters in my very own family that I could still get along with. I could still attend functions with. So I don't hate Trump supporters. I hate Trump. Now, do I hate some Trump supporters? Sure. But honestly, a lot of times I feel like the Trump supporter is just kind of maybe, in a lot of instances, just like misguided. A lot of instances, they just view Trump not even as some kind of great god, but just their lesser of two evils, the same way that a fucking radical leftist will be kowtowed into voting for Biden. You know, some people who are not particularly fond of Trump's agenda will nonetheless vote for him because they view him as like the lesser of two evils in some way. Because they've been programmed in a different way. So, you know, I don't really hate Trump supporters. Hate white men. I am a white man, right? That's how I'd be perceived in society anyway. Even if I view myself more like non-binary or something, if I walk out into public, there's no fucking doubt in most people's minds who the fuck I am. That's a white dude. So hating white dudes would be fucking bizarre. Not only that, tons of the people in these other groups are white. Obviously, there's no white black people. There's plenty of white trans people. I don't think there's any white Palestinians, maybe one or two here and there. I don't know. Most Ukrainians are white, right? Tons of LGBT people are white. So that doesn't make sense. Do I hate Christians? No. I don't hate Christians either. I think once again, I feel bad for Christians. I feel bad for Christians because they're wasting their lives worshiping this ridiculous false god that they have allowed the church and its representatives to bilk them out of money and to control their thought processes and to prevent them from critical thinking. And to mislead them away from, you know, truths of a biological and social and political nature that are not advantageous to the church. So I think that I feel bad for most Christians. Do I hate conservatives? Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of conservatives we're talking about here. Do I hate regressive social conservative types? Yeah, I pretty generally do. But, do I hate someone just because they maybe, have conservative economic policies or something? Like they just think naively, in my opinion, like we should go back to the gold standard, or, people, we don't need all this government handouts. We need to work for this stuff. Do I think that person's been propagandized to? Do I think that person has been misled? Do I think that person is laboring under some delusional thoughts? I do. But do I hate them? No. As for Jews, I mean, I have plenty of Jewish friends. I like Jewish people. I am anti-Israel. And I'm not anti-Israel getting to exist in general. I am anti the policies of Israel. I am anti-apartheid policies. We'll get into that more in a later section. So, yeah, this meme, once again, at least as far as I am concerned, doesn't really apply much to me. There's another one of these tradition memes, another one of these fucking LARPers, man. People, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Me. And he's got, once again, he's a farmer with a pitchfork and 1 million babies and a religious traditional wife and a weird misshapen dog. Like, is this anyone's real idea of the life? Like, does anyone really want this? Do you think for a second that Giga-based trad, the guy who is relentlessly posting on Twitter for Twitter clout, really wants in his heart of hearts to be a fucking farmer with some kind of conservative stuck-up wife that just is basically his breeding sow? I don't think this is really what this guy or anybody honestly wants in life. I don't think this is anyone's idea of paradise. And if it is, hey, I mean, good for you. Pursue it to the ends of the earth, my friend. I don't care. See, that's the thing. At the end of the day, all these right-wingers, they don't really want anybody to be able to live the life they want unless this is what they want right here. Unless they want this, then, everything else is bad. But as far as my worldview is concerned, this is fine. If this is what you truly want in your heart of hearts, do I get it? No. Do I understand the appeal? Not at all. Do I think anyone should stop you? Fuck no. If that's what you want to do and that's what she wants to do, be my fucking guest. Go grow turnips and pump out babies together forever on your fucking quaint little country farm. That's fine. Be my guest. I do not care. Here's another weird right-wing meme. Florida versus Pennsylvania. And here we have Ron DeSantis and his weird Stepford family. And over here we have John Fetterman and his pretty normal-looking family. And I guess that the conclusion I'm supposed to draw from this is that the weird, creepy Stepford family is good and the average-looking normal family is bad. I'm sorry to tell you, that's not how I feel. But, hey, once again, I cannot control your perception. You go ahead and feel the way you want to feel about it. And that brings us to the end of that. Another segment in the fucking bank. Now I get to pick my nose. Rachel Dolezal. Yeah, I forgot all about that chick. Conservatives fear dressing comfortably. I mean, I really don't get that meme at all because every right-winger I know does not sit around their house in a fucking suit and tie all the time. So I don't know what the fuck point that meme was trying to make. Conservatives hate comfortable clothing. It's like, no, they don't. Pretty sure everyone likes comfortable clothing, right? Yeah. It's comfortable. It's pretty appealing in clothing, I feel. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Hee hee hee. I need a minute to fucking, if you guys could like talk to me for a second, because I need to psychologically prepare for what we're about to do next. This is Abandon Hope after all, you know, and what I've got left, like I'm doing this stuff from easiest to hardest, which is kind of the worst way to do it in a way. Because by the time I'm the most broken down is when I have to get to the worst shit. And what we got from here on out is all just like miserable shit. It's going to get real rough. It's going to get real rough from here. Just letting you know. It's choppy waters ahead. I don't watch football. I'm not against it. I'm not like one of these fucking anti-sports people or anything like that. I just don't fucking find that I give enough of a shit to tune in Sunday after Sunday. Now, you know what? If you want to invite me to a live sporting event, I will attend and I'll probably enjoy myself. I enjoy going to sporting events. I like even ones I don't really understand. I went to see a hockey game. I don't really know much about hockey at all. I enjoyed myself. I enjoy going to baseball games. I enjoy going to football games. But watching them on TV, I could not care less. It doesn't really fascinate me very much. No, we don't have any Matt Walsh next. I'll tell you the next three things we have to round this out, to complete this show. We have DeTrans official trailer from PragerU. This is their new anti-trans documentary that is going to attempt to make the case that tons of trans people are detransitioning left and right because they've woken up from the liberal leftist stupor, realized the truth. Then we have Bill Maher being a fucking complete Israel shill. Then we have Richard Dawkins with some more transphobia. So, good stuff. Really, really good stuff ahead. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. Not fucking Dawkins. Yeah, I mean, I've avoided for years because, like, I used to really have a profound amount of respect for Richard Dawkins and kicking off the new atheism movement and stuff, and respect for the God delusion and for his debates and interviews and the documentaries he put on and stuff like that, and his work as an evolutionary biologist, and some of the documentaries that he made, and you know, so much of the stuff he's done to advance his reputation as a public intellectual, and so I have a profound amount of respect for that dude as of like 10 years ago, and to see how far he's fallen, you know, to the point where he's making arguments that are just gobbledygook. And it makes me so sad, but we'll get to that because it's not quite time for that yet. The problem with those new atheist four horsemen is that they all became reactionaries. Well, Christopher Hitchens did not live long enough to become a reactionary. He was pretty much always a leftist. He did engage in some like neocon shit with the war in Iraq, but even then he sort of maintained it from a leftist perspective. As for Richard Dawkins, yeah, I would agree he's pretty much a reactionary at this point. Sam Harris, I would not really call a reactionary. I would call him more like a shit lib. And Daniel Dennett, I have no idea. I never really cared much for him anyway. Is this the Daily Wire or is this PragerU? This is PragerU, right? Yeah, okay. Daniel Dennett was only there because they needed a fourth horseman, lol. Yeah, I mean, like, I never remember anybody being like a big Daniel Dennett fan. Like, ooh, you just got denneted, bitch. You know, like, that never happened. Right now, Harris is going on about the moral supremacy of Israel. Well, yeah, he's always been pretty strongly anti-Islam, so that doesn't really surprise me too much. They should have made Stephen Fry the fourth horseman. Yeah, that would have been much more fitting. But they didn't. What are you going to do? Yeah, the tournament gauntlet I'm looking forward to because it's gonna be our first gauntlet that doesn't involve just like being in a little suffer prison. So That should be a nice change of pace, right? All right. Now we're going to watch DeTrans, the official trailer of the upcoming feature from PragerU.
I wanted to alleviate my pain. I also didn't want to be...
I believe that we have put it on double speed somehow. So let's take that from the top. We're now going to watch the trailer for the feature DeTrans from our good friends at Prager University, the most respected academic institution on the face of this earth. Okay. Let's do it.
I'm just going to do a little voice up. I wanted to alleviate my pain. I also didn't want to be who I was. I always just felt like there was just something wrong with me, and I was trying to figure it out, and I used the internet to help me do that.
Seemingly out of nowhere, we've suddenly seen a huge spike in media depictions and social media depictions of transgenderism.
Shame. Such a shame. These people literally believe that there are just legions and legions of people out there who have decided, based on like an internet search, like young people, like teenagers and young people who just like do a Google search for transgender and just go like, yeah, I think I'll give that a shot. That doesn't seem like some sort of very intense lifelong commitment, you know, or anything like that. I'll just casually jump aboard that bandwagon with the greatest of ease, right? Okay. And I will, in the process, I will alienate my family. I'll threaten every friendship that I have. I will give up the feeling of like safety when I go into public. I'll do all of that on a fucking lark, man, because it looked good in a goddamn Google search, and I like that trans person I saw in that YouTube video. So therefore, I will just throw a monkey wrench into the gears of my life and become trans.
It's even reached the mainstream advertising world.
The people who are consuming this are children, 13, 14, 15 years old, and it's so easy for them to literally be groomed.
I just woke up one day, looked at myself in the mirror, and asked myself, what the heck am I doing?
When trans-identified kids are
The roving fucking squads of people out there just like, God damn it. We need to get as many kids trans as we possibly goddamn can, you guys. Okay, well, Evil Overlord. Evil Overlord. Yes, you in the back. Why? Why? What does that fucking accomplish? Like, you're the forces of evil. Your plan is make everybody trans. What's the motive? What does that accomplish? What is the end game there? Never really hear that articulated, do we? Just like nebulous stuff about like, you know, moral confusion, predatory, vague. Like, we never get to hear like, what's the actual plan here? Like, if the Illuminati or whoever's doing it, like, what's the scheme? What's the ultimate goal of all this? What's the advantage? How does that fucking do anything? How does that... the whole world goes trans. Now what? Like... Huh? I really don't see the advantage it bestows, but okay.
Referred to specialized gender clinics, they're often told that they're going to get comprehensive, multidisciplinary mental health assessments. We know that that's not true.
I was easy to manipulate.
The ideology that has become dominant at these clinics is that trans kids know who they are, and therefore to question them is completely taboo.
My child.
I know so many fucking trans people. This idea that you can just like cavalierly make this decision and the medical establishment is just like rolls out the red carpet and says, come right through. We don't care. We won't ask any questions. You just do whatever you want. That's totally like a bogus assessment of how being trans works. Now, not all trans people go through the medical system, of course. Some trans people transition without medical intervention whatsoever. And obviously, they're free to do what they want because that's freedom of expression, freedom of speech, whatever. But for those who go through the medical system, they're going to be asked questions. They're going to be evaluated by psychiatric professionals. It's not just going to be like, okay, here you go. Here's your fucking big 60-gallon drum of estrogen. Go ahead. Have yourself an estrogen smoothie every morning until you grow tits.
Childhood was ruined. Who's there for their detransitioning? Nobody.
Nobody would help me because they had more concerns of me reversing everything.
Did this thing to alleviate this gender dysphoria that wasn't there before, but you made it into a problem, and now your body image issues are worse. That's not supposed to happen.
The untold story of the detransitioner. Okay. I want to make it clear. Make it 100% fucking clear. Are there people who have gender dysphoria and they decide, I am going to transition to deal with my gender dysphoria? And then they do it, and then they're like, nope, this either didn't work or I regret this in some way, and now I would like to transition back. Do those people exist? Fucking absolutely. Sure. 100%. No denying that they exist. And most of them don't decide that because transitioning didn't work for them, that they now want to turn on the entire trans community, trans movement, whatever. Most of them don't do that. Most people who detransition remain pro-trans, trans allies, etc. So let's talk about the extent to which this detransitioning stuff even happens. Okay? So let me give you some statistics, okay? So in the UK, a survey of 3,398 attendees of a gender identity clinic found that just 16, about 0.47%, experienced transition-related regret. Of these, even fewer went on to actually detransition and become detransitioners. So out of 3,398, 16 regretted transitioning, and only a fraction of those who regretted transitioning actually went so far as to detransition. In the US, a survey of nearly 28,000 people found that 8% of respondents reported some kind of detransition. Of this 8%, 62% only did so temporarily due to societal, financial, or family pressures. So, much higher percentage detransitioning in this US survey, but more than half of those who did only didn't do so because of some internal, like, I don't like what I'm doing to my body. It was because either they couldn't afford to do the transition anymore, society rejected them, or their family rejected them. In Sweden, a 50-year longitudinal study on a cohort of 767 transgender people found that around 2% of participants expressed regret following gender-affirming surgery, although it is unclear how many of these participants were detransitioning as a consequence. In the Netherlands, a study of transgender young people found that only 1.9% of young people on puberty blockers did not want to continue with medical transition. So on average, 97% of people who are transgender are happy with their decision to transition. Only 3% of trans people experience some form of regret, but may not detransition. These detransition statistics are for 2022. The main reason cited for detransition is social pressure. In other words, not because they really want to detransition, but just because they can't handle the backlash of transitioning. They can't handle the way people look at them, the way they don't feel safe in public, the way their friends and family now treat them. And so that is the reason why they start to detransition, because maybe it makes their gender dysphoria feel better, but it makes their life worse in pretty much every other way, not because of something they've done, but because of something other people have done to them. Recent research by Dr. Jack Turbin has found that around 90% of people who return to their birth gender in the US don't do so because of regret or dissatisfaction, but because of pressure from family, school, work, or society in general. The National Center for Transgender Equality found that the most common reasons for detransitioning were a lack of support at home, problems in the workplace, harassment, or discrimination. Anyway, so here's some detransition statistics. This is a survey of 27,715 respondents. Trans Equality provided a helpful breakdown that gives us some more insight into the most prevalent reasons that led people to detransition. Pressure from parents, 36%. Difficulty of transitioning, 33%. Harassment and discrimination, 31%. Employment issues, 29%. Family pressure, 26%. Relationship pressure, 18%. Peer pressure, 17%. Pressure from a mental health professional, 5%. Pressure from religious counselors, 5%. Gender transition was not right for them, 5%. Transition didn't reflect the complexity of their gender identity, 4%. Financial reasons, 3%. Medical reasons, 2%. So, in light of those statistics, in light of the true story of what detransitioning is and why people do it, this PragerU thing is just a horribly propagandistic piece of shit. Now, if these people that are featured in this documentary have stories to tell, then by all means, I have no problem in listening to their story, even if their story is not the typical story. I'm not saying that their story and their life and their experience doesn't have value, but doesn't it not make sense to spotlight just those people and not also shine a spotlight on the way more people who either only detransitioned because family pressure and work pressure and societal pressure? Wouldn't it make sense to also show those people, let their story be heard? Or, I don't know, maybe also spotlight the story of the 97% of trans people who have fucking zero regrets in transitioning, despite the fact that it's socially deleterious, despite the fact that their family probably, in many instances, has turned on them to some extent, that they've probably lost friends, they've probably lost out on opportunities because of it. Even in light of all that, they still stand by their decision to transition. Shouldn't that 97% also, I don't know, get something of a fucking spotlight? Just as a little bit of maybe counterbalance. So that's why stuff like this trailer and this film, the film that it is a trailer for, are just so glaringly, miserably, desperately, sickeningly dishonest. And if you disagree with me, you don't disagree based on facts, you don't disagree based on evidence, you don't disagree based on any sort of science or empirical reality. You disagree based on feelings. And facts don't care about your feelings, bitch. BRB. Mama little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby loves shortening bread. Shortening bread, shortening bread, shortening bread. Mama little baby, what does she love? She loves shortening bread 'cause it fit her like a glove. Mama little baby, what does she do? She put them shortening bread inside that chicken stew. Mama little baby, what does she know? She know that shortening bread will defeat any foe. Mama little baby, where's she gonna go? She gonna take her ass down to the shortening bread stove. Shortening bread. Who doesn't love it? You all love it. You're all fucking fans of shortening bread, right? Amen. A motherfucking man. Who doesn't love that shortening goodness? New segment, new hat. Yeah, well, I figured, create a little visual diversity when I clip this up, right? That way I'm not in the same fucking hat every goddamn short, right? Amen to that. Lard and bread. Bread and lard. TJ, what's the most comfortable position to sleep in? Face down in a big old jiggly ass right there. Perfect fucking place to be. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. I've never figured out the comfortable sleep position. So I'm a tosser. I'm a turner. I'm a midnight burner. New segment, new fat. That's right. I removed all of the fat that I had on before, and I've changed it out with brand new fat. Fat the likes of which you do not understand, okay? What if they fart? Well, that's why you got to fall asleep before that happens, And then you just dream that, you hit a skunk or something. Okay? Okay. Either that or you could put a butt plug in it so that, they can't fart. It's all held in until morning. Right? Right. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. I honestly do not like, I don't like all that fucking bullshit. The shit Dat Senpai guy is saying the most comfortable sleep position is the cat to the left and a partner on the right. Fuck that. I like to spread out, I mean, I love my animals and I love my partners and shit, but nah. I like to spread out. Actually, I do. I guess I do know my most comfortable position. It's when I'm spread out across the entire bed with no one else around me. And I can just be, yeah. And if someone else does show up, it's just to pet me for a minute. Oh, TJ, you're so wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Wee. That's the ultimate for me. Mama's little baby loves that shortening bread. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I keep saying about shortening bread, but I really don't want to do this next video. It's not really my favorite fucking thing to watch. Guy I used to respect, Richard Dawkins, being reduced to less than a fucking shell of his former self, but I guess I have to do it. This is the guy that almost single-handedly, with his book, The God Delusion, ushered in the new atheist movement that dominated the early days of YouTube. But Now he is a pathetic, wretched shell of his once great self. And here we go.
A colleague sent 2 challenges to me posted by Jordan Peterson, suggesting I should respond. I am happy to do so because I greatly respect Dr. Peterson's courageous stance against a bossy, intolerant thought police whose Orwellian newspeak threatens enlightened rationalism. The hero of 1984, Winston Smith.
I mean, it opens with him expressing admiration for Jordan. Freaking intellectually dishonest garbage Peterson, dude. Like, how sad can it get when one of the world's like foremost preeminent scientific minds is singing the praises of a guy who is nakedly a grifting pseudo-intellectual douchebag like Jordan Peterson? Like, that's the level to which, you know, I mean, it's got to be age, right? It's got to be that there's just neurons that used to be hot to trot and now they're just barely firing, right?
Smith was eventually persuaded by O'Brien that if the party wills it, 2 + 2 = 5. Winston had earlier found it necessary to stake out his...
And I'm sure that, you know, George Orwell had... had transphobia in mind when he wrote that stuff. You know, he wasn't warning about the dangers of autocratic authoritarianism. He wasn't warning about the dangers of fascism or treating the state like a god. He was warning about the dangers of trans people being able to transition their gender. That was his real message in 1984. Of course it was.
His credo. Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 = 4. If that is granted, all else follows. Here is the first of Dr. Peterson's challenges to me. Does woke count as a religion, sir? A serious question.
Obviously, I wouldn't be watching this if he doesn't give the wrong answer to this question, right? Does woke count as a religion, sir? This should be the most obvious no eye roll on to the next thing. That should be the entirety of this response. Instead, this happens.
My answer to the question is no if you include supernaturalism in your definition of a religion, and a dear colleague takes her stand on this distinction. But the following 3 similarities are enough for me to justify a yes answer to Jordan's question. The first of the 3 is characteristic of religions in general. The other 2 are kin to Christianity.
I am flabbergasted. Wokeness. A thing that has no formal textbook, no formal hierarchical structure, no formal meeting place, doesn't even have self-identifying adherents, really. No one goes around saying, oh, are you woke? I'm woke. We're woke. Let's be woke together. That somehow is now in the mind of Richard Dawkins, the foremost atheist of my lifetime. Now that qualifies as a religion. What a sad joke. I hope that if I do get this old, which I am constantly assured that because of my weight and my habits, I will not get this old. Well, honestly, maybe it's a blessing, because I would hate to deteriorate to the point where I hear a dumb fuck idiot question like, is woke a religion? And I do anything other than just laugh my ass off at the stupidity of the questioner. the day that I take a question like that seriously is the day that I need to take the word amazing out of my name, because I no longer am. And Richard Dawkins, whatever he accomplished in the past, as a biologist, as a scientific promoter of the critical thinking and the scientific method and so on and so forth, public intellectual, public educator, all of those things that he accomplished, I'm not taking any of that stuff away, but he needs to go the fuck away now. Not because he's challenged my woke orthodoxy and I just can't handle it. No, but because he's disappointing me immeasurably with this intellectually dishonest and philosophically tepid bullshit that is spewing out of his idiot goddamn mouth right now.
In particular, heresy hunting. Ruthlessly uncompromising, relentlessly unforgiving persecution of heretics. Kill a TERF today. If you see a TERF, punch them in the fucking face, etc. There is an...
I am going to venture a quick guess as to how many people have been murdered for being TERFs. I'm going to guess as my number the number 0. Now, if you have some evidence that the number is higher than that, feel free to present it at any time. But I have never heard one story of one person ever being murdered for being a TERF. I have heard plenty of stories about people being murdered and assaulted and beaten and brutalized for being trans. Plenty of evidence of that happening. No evidence that that's happening to TERFs. So right out of the gate, not only dishonest, but pretty offensive, because this is equivalent to saying that like looking at that footage of the witch being burned and pointing out the Puritans burning her and being like, they're persecuted by that witch. You know what I mean?
Orthodoxy, not written down in one particular scripture, but understood by all votaries. And woe betide you if you transgress. As a minimum, you'll find yourself in the Twitter stocks, pelted with abusive epithets as a bigot.
That's not the minimum. That's pretty much all that's going to happen. If you fucking say some transphobic shit, some people on Twitter are going to take issue with you. But you know what? You'll also have tons of supporters come out of the woodwork. Well, it's great that someone finally has the courage to speak the truth. I mean, like, so basically you're saying it's a religion because the people who disagree with you are going to be vocal about disagreeing with you. That's insane. That means that the proponents of anything, any philosophy, any idea are inherently religious then.
And you may well find yourself out of a job as universities, governments, and businesses queue up to signal their virtue. Such latter-day Torquemardism rams home the fact that what we have here is a cult with its own religiously enforced dogma. Dogma that makes no sense to anyone outside, but which resonates perfectly with cult insiders, the evangelical leaders and their sheep-like followers.
Did Dawkins lose a job over this? Did Dawkins lose a job because he said something? Well, I mean, I'm seriously asking here. This is not rhetorical. I actually want to know, like, did Dawkins lose a job for saying something anti-woke? Was there a position that Richard Dawkins held that he lost that position because he said something that went against, like, woke orthodoxy? Because I don't know. I've never heard of that happening, but I haven't really paid much attention to the guy for the last 10 years, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Let me know. If anyone knows, let me know.
Why is a white woman in America vilified and damned if she identifies as black, but lauded if she identifies as a man? That's topsy-turvy, because race really is a continuum, whereas sex is one of the few genuine binaries of biology. Why?
Okay. I won't bother to explain it because I know you already know. But I'll just say quickly for the audience, sex and gender, not the same thing. And I know you've been told that. This is just a fact you choose to ignore for whatever reason. As for your question, why does a white woman, if she identifies as black, she is condemned? Well, she's condemned by some and presumably accepted by others, honestly. I don't know who accepts that, but I'm pretty sure that if she was genuine in it, some people would. Why is the woman who says she's a man lauded? Well, she's not. Plenty of people would be very against her. I mean, look at the case of Elliot Page, who transitioned a few years ago. And, you know, did he find some support within the mainstream media and on social media? Sure. But did he also find a hell of a lot of virulent detractors saying absolutely disgusting things about him and his body? Yes. Because trans people receive a whole fucking hell of a lot of hatred on social media, in mainstream media, in popular culture to this day, and just in public. So this idea that there is just this universal love and acceptance for trans people and no pushback whatsoever is a pretty delusional notion that has no place inside of an honest argument. There are supporters and allies of trans people, and there are detractors and deniers of trans people. And it is not even remotely clear at this point in American history which one of those two factions is going to prevail, or if this is going to be a social stalemate for generations to come. So I feel like your framing of the question is insanely dishonest and very unnuanced.
Why do journalists, police, and prison authorities respectfully kowtow to a convicted rapist by referring to her as she, even as she uses her erect penis to assault yet more women? Why do...
I mean, is there a specific case you want to talk about here? Because I can't respond to some generalities about a case of which I know nothing. If this is in reference to a specific thing that happened, then we could examine that and talk about that. But if you're just going to use these generalistic terms of like, hey, what if this fucked up scenario happened? Then, you know, I don't know how to respond to that. It's like completely hypothetical to me until you actually start to cite specific examples of something like that happening. I assume that you must have some, so go ahead and put them forth if you do. Be very interested.
So many of us go along with a distortion of language so perverse that it comes perilously close to 2 + 2 = 5. We know the answer: cowardice. Too many of us are afraid of the baying mob.
Okay. Sure, D. That's great. Good one. You got us on that. So his first piece of evidence that wokeness, quote unquote, is a religion is that basically cancel culture. As if cancel culture doesn't equally exist on the right, as if groups have always done this. By this standard, literally every group that has ever existed is a religion, because there is no group that really tolerates you saying things that it virulently disagrees with, right? If you go to a religious fundamentalist Christian and you say, hey, I think that, all 10 of the commandments are bullshit and we should just break them all. Of course, they're going to be against it. And they are a religion. So I guess you could say like, oh, well, that proves it has something in common with religion. But at the same time, if you go to like a lawyer or a doctor, and if you go to a doctor and you start fucking shouting medical misinformation at them, they're going to get pissed. You go to a lawyer, you start talking about how lawyers are all parasites, pieces of shit. Well, they'll probably agree with you, but they're still going to get pissed, right? You go to any group of people that are united in any sort of ideological cause or social struggle, and you say the exact opposite of what they're fighting for or what they believe in, yes, you're going to get pushback. That is true of any social group that is socially bonded by a common cause or a common belief system. That doesn't make every social group that forms those bonds inherently religious in nature.
Hereditary guilt. One of Christianity's nastier doctrines is the notion that we are all, even tiny babies, born in sin. Every baby inherits via a long lineage of semen, according to St. Augustine, the sin of Adam. Augustine could not be expected to know that Adam never existed, and therefore could own neither sin nor semen. But post-Darwinian sophisticated theologians should know better, and their learned treatises are harder to respect. Today's original sins are slavery and colonial oppression. All white people are born in sin, the sin of their ancestors. From the moment they are born, all white people partake in the institutional racism handed down like Adam's semen from their great-great-great-grandfather.
Oh my God. Once again, this is insanely fucking dishonest. Because so in the first example, the Christian example of sin being passed from father to son, that transfer of sin is based on some sort of magical thinking that somehow, because you are in the bloodline of the person that committed the sin, you are also guilty of the sin on some level, maybe on some slightly lesser level, but still guilty of the sin. When people talk about institutional racism, they're not talking about something that's magically transferred through the fucking semen. They're talking about, hey, I built my wealth. If you come from a family that built its wealth during a time of segregation, during a time of slavery, whatever, and you are born today, you don't inherit that sin through semen. You inherit it through actual inheritance. You inherit it through the advantages that have been bestowed upon you because of the shit your ancestors did. Now, does that make you morally culpable? In my opinion, no. Of course not. You didn't enslave anybody. You didn't support segregation. You weren't there to do any of that stuff. That's perfectly fair. Holding you morally culpable for that stuff is, of course, ludicrous. But saying that you might have social advantages that were bestowed upon you because of things that happened in the past, that's perfectly fucking reasonable. Of course it is. And if we were talking about any other sort of if you reject that, you reject the idea of cause and effect. You reject the idea that the past influences where we are today. You reject the idea that we can influence where we are tomorrow. And we are all just like prisoners of the exact time in which we live only. Like nothing that happened before we were born can influence our lives, right? That's the idea here, because that's a pretty fucking silly idea, right? Especially coming from a student of evolution who knows that the past and the things that have happened in it have a tremendous impact. Like every fucking living thing on this planet, and Richard Dawkins knows this better than anybody, was formed into what they are by what their ancestors went through, by what their ancestors adapted to. But then, in a direct historical sense, he totally rejects the same logic. Insane.
visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon their children unto the third and fourth generation. Transubstantiation. Roman Catholics are required to believe that bread and wine, when a priest says certain magic words over them, become the body and blood of Christ, in a stronger sense than Protestants, who see the bread and wine as mere symbols. Catholics invoke Aristotle's silly distinction between accidentals and true substance. The accidentals of wafer and wine remain wafer and wine, but in their substance they become body and blood. Hence the word transubstantiation. Similarly, in the cult of woke, a man speaks the magic incantation, "I am a woman," and thereby becomes a woman in true substance, while her intact penis and hairy chest are mere Aristotelian accidentals. Transsexuals have transubstantiated genitals. One thing to be said in favor of...
We're not talking about sex. We're talking about gender. We're talking about the presentation of gender. We're talking about the mannerisms, the social expectations, the manner of dress. We're talking about all of these social constructs that make up gender. Now, if you want to ask me, my ultimate idea about all this stuff is I'm not a big fan of the concept of gender in the first place. I would much rather not divide human beings into I'm a man, I'm a woman. I think it's kind of limiting. I think that people should just be able to be whatever kind of individual they want to be. And if they want to take on traits that we today think are more feminine or more masculine, then they should be able to do so in a very neutral setting where things are not really looked at through the lens of femininity and masculinity anymore. Now, none of that is to say that we should erase the concept of sex, because clearly that describes a biological fucking reality, which no one fucking denies. Or if there are people that deny it, they are a fringe of a fringe of a fringe. This is such a weird fucking take, because I know everything I'm telling you right now has already been explained to you, and you just choose to ignore it. And that's so frustrating, because it's like you refuse to let the argument advance beyond your stubbornness. And that's just silly. You won't let it progress to the next phase. Like, if you want to refute the idea of gender as separate from sex, you could always do that. You choose not to even try. You just continue to act like you just don't understand what your opponents are saying, and that they literally believe that you can change your sex by saying, like, if a man says, I'm a woman, poof, a vagina appears and an ovaries appear, you know? And they start to get periods. They just become biologically a completely female sexed, right? No one believes that. No one has ever believed that. That's insanity. If someone did believe that, I would reject that belief as strongly as you do. But that's not what anyone is fucking saying. You're a lunatic and you've lost the plot. And you know, the sad thing is, I think you lost it on purpose.
Of today's Catholics, at least they don't nowadays insist that everybody else must go along with their beliefs. Peterson is right to imply in the rhetorical tone of his question that there is a religion of woke. I've mentioned two specific similarities to Christianity, but more important is their extreme intolerant zeal, shared with typical new cults just beginning their journey towards eventual settled status as religions with a long and dignified tradition. And so to Peterson's second challenge. Welcome to the world of post-humanism, sir. A world which you sadly helped birth, and nothing secular will withstand it, as you can no doubt see. I say this with genuine sorrow, not least because I know that you're a real scientist, with the faith in the logos of the cosmos that entails. Yet, here we are. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if the woke polytheistic neo-propagandists destroy science
neo-paganists
faster than they destroy Christianity. I see this accusation again and again in graffiti scribbled on the lavatory wall that is Twitter. Peterson's tone is more civilized, of course, but the message is the same. We who have spoken out against the irrationality of religion are to blame for the rise of the irrationality of woke. There is a certain logic that might be said.
I will reverse the criticism. I think that you have rejected religious tradition, but you refuse to go all the way. You refuse to reject all the other boxes that humanity has been forced into. Like, you reject Christianity, but you want to keep most of its patriarchal underpinnings, right? You still want the basic structure of a religious society. You just don't want to, you just don't like the irrationality, quote unquote, of religion. But there's a million other irrationalities that you're perfectly willing to accept, and you've proven that here. Because all of the stuff that you're describing as woke is really nothing more, in many instances, than the rejection of doctrines that have been imposed upon humanity, in the Western world at least, for generations now. Many of them stemming from the very religions that you reject. So I think that it's sad that you have come to this point on your journey where you refuse to take even one step further. You have walked the path of rationality until you reach territory that you found personally uncomfortable, and now you have decided to become a stagnant little creature that's just mired in the bog of its own ego and will not journey forth any further. If you want to combat wokeness as a concept, then at least do it with some intellectual honesty and at least address the actual arguments that are being made instead of engaging in this frequent strawmanning and acting like you just don't understand what's being said to you. Because there's no way that someone of the intelligence of you, Richard Dawkins, are genuinely confused by the distinction between sex and gender. I could understand if you were some country bumpkin that was really having a tough time wrapping your mind around it, but you're definitely smart enough to get it. So if you're smart enough to get it, you're smart enough to refute it for what it is instead of refuting it as if you don't understand what's being said to you. Because that is intellectual dishonesty, and I think you fucking kind of suck. Sad to see. I'm glad that Hitchens never lived long enough to disappoint me like that. Definitely gross. It's sad to see. I used to think he was such a genius. I know. I mean, he is. I mean, you really can't deny the fact that the man at least was a genius. But unfortunately, that genius is either now being used for the purposes of sophistry, or it has been diminished by age into something that no longer is genius. Because, I mean, if he was merely opposition, like if he opposed wokeness, but he did it in an intellectually honest way, I could still have respect. But unfortunately, what I just saw was some of the most intellectually dishonest argumentation that I've ever been privy to. And coming from someone that, you know, definitely should know better is extraordinarily sad. But whatever. Like, I would never fucking hate somebody or reject somebody merely because they don't accept quote unquote woke orthodoxy, because I know that by some standards, I don't accept woke orthodoxy. You know, to some people, I might seem like he's Amazing Atheist went woke. To other people, I'm still just the same reprobate I ever was because they're so much further in that direction than I am. So I would never begrudge anyone where they are in that journey, at least as long as I felt like they were being honest. But in the case of Richard Dawkins, it's impossible as a critical thinking, reasonable person to find what he said and what he put forth in that video to be intellectually honest at all. It was really dishonest. It was full of straw man argumentation, and it created a new standard that only wokeness is to be judged by, which is probably my biggest problem. He created this special category where wokeness as a concept is going to be subjected to this very uncharitable interpretation of its ideology, whatever that might be. Whereas no other ideology is going to be subjected to those same standards whatsoever. Anyway, speaking of people I used to respect but now think are absolute morons, let's finish this off because we have some Bill Maher. Bill Maher, ladies and gentlemen.
And finally, new rule as an Ivy League graduate who knows the value of a liberal education, I have one piece of advice for the youth of America. Don't go to college.
You know, I would actually think this advice was marginally based if the reasoning behind it, I don't know what the hell this guy is doing with his face, by the way, but if the reasoning behind this was because it's just a capitalistic snare designed to bait you into starting your adult life under a massive mountain of debt, if that was his reasoning here, I would actually think it's kind of based, but unfortunately, that's not going to be his reasoning at all.
And if you absolutely have to go, don't go to an elite college, because as recent events have shown, it just makes you stupid.
Yeah, so college kids are stupid because they don't reflexively support Israel. Of course.
There are few, if any, positives to come out of what happened in Israel, but one of them is opening America's eyes to how higher education has become indoctrination into a stew of bad ideas, among them the simplistic notion that the world is a binary place where everyone is either an oppressor or oppressed. In the case of Israel, oppressors being babies and bubbas. The same students who will tell you that words are violence and silence is violence were very supportive when Hamas terrorists went on a rape and murder rampage worthy of the Vikings. They knew where to point the fingers at the murdered, and then it was off to ethics class. Now, I recognize that a certain amount of foolishness is expected of college kids, but mixing Jägermeister and tomato juice isn't the same as siding with terrorists.
Okay. I won't play much more than that. In fact, I won't play any more than that. So the idea here is that, actually, I think that we'll play a little bit more because I think there is one more thing he's going to say that I think is worth responding to here.
34 student groups at Harvard signed a letter that said the apartheid regime is the only one to blame, proving they don't know what constitutes apartheid. They don't know much of anything, actually. But it
okay. So the three things that he said there, you'd have to be an idiot to support Palestine over Israel. That was kind of the implied message of the whole segment there. There's this little talking point about how, you know, if you think Israel is an apartheid state, you don't even know what apartheid means. And there's the other little point that he made about how college kids, they don't know how to, they think the world is just oppressors and oppressed. And so, of course, Israel must be the oppressor, which he's kind of poo-pooing as a ridiculous idea. Of course, Israel's not an oppressor. Of course, Israel's not an apartheid state. All of that stuff is just a bunch of hooey and nonsense, and they've been brainwashed and indoctrinated. Okay. So, you stupid fucking prick. Let's go look in that little place that you haven't seen in quite some time called fucking reality. So, first of all, let's go ahead and define apartheid. So, apartheid, separateness, aparthood, was a system of institutionalized racial segregation that existed in South Africa and Southwest Africa, now Namibia. From 1948 till the 1990s, apartheid was characterized by political culture based on boss cop, bossship, bosshood, which ensured that South Africa was dominated politically, socially, and economically by the nation's dominant minority white population. This is the legal standard of apartheid. The United Nations General Assembly adopted the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid in 1973. The ICSPCA defines apartheid as inhuman acts committed for the purpose of establishing and maintaining domination by one racial group over another racial group and systematically oppressing them. This is the United Nations and the ICSPCA's definition of apartheid. So, segregation is carried out by implementing separate legal regimes for Jewish and Israeli Palestinians living in the same area. In the occupied West Bank, Jewish Israeli settlers living in the illegal settlements are governed by Israeli civil laws, while Palestinians also living in the West Bank are governed by Israeli military law. Two separate legal systems. The Jews get a civilian legal system. The Palestinians get a military legal system. Which one of those do you think is more lenient? Which one of those do you think you have more rights in? In Israel itself, there exists no Israeli nationality shared by all citizens, Jewish and non-Jewish alike. Rather, citizens are divided into national categories of Jewish, which affords them a set of rights and privileges above the other categories, or Arab, with comparatively restricted rights and privileges. This separation was reiterated when Israel passed the nation-state law in 2018, essentially codifying decades of discrimination and enshrining two classes of citizens in law. Israel carries out various acts that are prohibited by the UN Apartheid Convention, including forcible transfer of Palestinians to make way for illegal Israeli settlements, preventing Palestinians from returning to their homes and lands, including millions of refugees living in exile, systemic and severe deprivation of fundamental human rights of Palestinians based on their identity, denying Palestinians the right to freedom of movement and residence, especially but not limited to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, murder, torture, unlawful imprisonment, and other severe deprivation of physical liberty, prosecution of Palestinians because of their opposition to apartheid. Separate legal system, separate citizenship status. We have seen the videos of Palestinian families literally being removed from their homes by the military so that Jewish families can move in. And that's not, in Bill Maher's opinion, an apartheid state. That is not one racial group treating another racial group as an oppressed class. Like, if this isn't fucking oppression, then the word oppression has no meaning anymore. If this isn't oppression, then nothing the fuck is. What a stupid, evil prick Bill Maher is. What a dishonest sack of subhuman shit Bill Maher is. By the way, Amnesty International, I won't read any of the stuff on their site because it kind of just goes over the same stuff we've already talked about. But Amnesty International also recognizes Israel as an apartheid state. Here is an opinion poll of Israeli citizens. What political strategy should the next government adopt on the Palestinian issues? This is from July 2023. Strive for peace based on the two-state solution. Israeli Jews, 35% say yes to that. Strive to annex the West Bank and establish a single state with privileged status for Jews, 30%. Strive to annex the West Bank and establish one state with full rights for all, 10%. Don't know, 25%. So the two-state solution is the most popular, to be fair, but 30% of the fucking population of Israel, and probably more after these events that have happened recently, after these Hamas attacks, 30% of these people believe that they should just take over the whole shebang, take the West Bank, and establish a state with a privileged status for Jews. Literally, the textbook UN definition of an apartheid state, 30% support that. And probably a much larger majority already support a system that is tantamount to apartheid now. They just haven't quite taken away all the land yet. Here's some more polls about sentiments among Israeli Jews that I think are quite illuminating, that show you where the mindset of these Israelis really are. Over half of respondents said they agreed to some extent with the statement, most Jews are better than most non-Jews because they were born Jews. Over half of Israelis polled said that Jews are superior to all other races. This is a Jewish supremacist state. I am not anti-Semitic. I like Jewish people. I will defend Jewish people from anti-Semitism all day long. Anybody who fucking says an anti-Semitic word around me will get pushback. I promise you that. But that does not change the fact that Israel is a Jewish supremacist state. It's evident in their policy making. It's evident in their social attitudes. It's evident in the way that they treat the Palestinian people, who are, by the way, an oppressed class. 37% of respondents were either somewhat disturbed or very disturbed by the fact that half of pharmacists in Israel are Arabs. So massive racism against Arab pharmacists. The poll found 27% of respondents found they were either a little disturbed or very disturbed by the fact that an Arab Israeli Supreme Court Justice, George Kara, head of the judicial panel, was convicted, that convicted former President Moshe Kostov of rape. So a full quarter of the country, a little disturbed or very disturbed that an Arab Israeli Supreme Court justice weighed in on this decision. Channel 10 said the question about Justice Kara and Arab pharmacists were meant to parallel CNN's questions about what Europeans believe to the extent of Jewish influence. 74% of respondents said that they get at least a little disturbed by hearing conversations in Arabic in public. Another 88% of respondents said they'd be disturbed to some degree if their son were to befriend an Arab girl. 90% of respondents were asked about their daughter befriending an Arab boy. Not even fucking, not even dating, just befriending. 88% of Jewish people in Israel would be disturbed if their son befriended an Arab girl, and 90% would be disturbed if their daughter befriended an Arab boy. And you want to tell me that there is not a massive problem with racism in this country? If 90% of white people in America would be disturbed by their daughter befriending a black dude, we would have no problem fucking condemning that instantaneously. Bill Maher would fucking balk at that statistic, would he not? I don't know anymore, I guess. I would hope he would. But this is okay. This is fine. Overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews, between 70 and 80%, say they knew very little or nothing about the Armenian, Cambodian, or Rwandan genocides. Not really super relevant here. Probably just not big news there. The TV station said it was not drawing an exact parallel between European intolerance of Jews and Jewish intolerance of non-Jews, but said rejecting the other is a common sentiment in most societies, but its consequences are not necessarily equal in its severity. Blah, 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 blah. So, pretty fucking insane stuff. Showing the popular sentiments in Israel among Israeli Jews. Now let's look at this conflict from 2008 to 2020. In that time span, there were 5,590 Palestinian deaths and 251 Israeli deaths. And you can see here it broken down by year, showing the number of injuries in red and the number of deaths in blue. And you can see this is a pretty lopsided goddamned conflict, okay? The vast majority of casualties and injuries are on the Palestinian side because Israel has superior military might, superior military training, and a superior military arsenal, okay? And the reason they have all that stuff is because, oh yeah, we gave it to them. Us, the UK, the Allies in general, at this point, mostly us. Mostly the United States of America. We're complicit in all of this right here. But now, since the war, nearly 5,000 Palestinians have been killed. Another 1,000 or so, I think, are missing, probably buried under debris, and are probably going to die. About 1,700 of those dead are kids. About 900 or so are women. And at least 13,500 people have been injured in Gaza, relentlessly bombarded in retaliation for the Hamas attack. Now, in fairness, the Hamas attack also claimed a lot of lives. Over 1,400 people were killed by Hamas in their attack on Israel. And not for a moment will you hear me supporting Hamas. Not for a moment will you hear me saying, oh yeah, it's totally justified what Hamas did. I won't say any of that shit. But I will say that it's kind of fucking disproportional, don't you think? A terrorist group comes into your country and kills 1,400 people. And so your solution is bomb the shit out of civilians. And then you call it defense. And anyone against it is against you defending yourself. That's kind of insane. It would be like if a black person murdered a white person and then we just bombed an entire fucking black neighborhood indiscriminately and said, like, yeah, we're defending ourselves. This is insane. This is fucking insane. This guy, Bill Maher right here, I've been watching this dude since I was a literal little ass kid. When I first saw this guy, he was a libertarian hosting a show called Politically Incorrect, one of the coolest, most raucous shows on television. And he was super libertarian to the point where, you know, I remember he had a discussion one time about whether a kid should be able to go in a drugstore and buy heroin, and he said yes. You know, he was that libertarian. And then I watched over the years as he became more of a liberal, then kind of delved into some left-wing populism for a hot minute, and then became a shit lib. And now I would say he's almost to the point of being like a neocon, or maybe just like, I mean, he's definitely not like a traditionalist conservative, but he's venturing into neocon territory with these kind of takes. And I honestly think that if he did not have like personal grievance with Trump, like if he had not personally fought against Trump for so long, I think he might even just become a Trump supporter at this point because he's that far fucking gone to the right. Now, obviously, I mean, he's still like a degenerate pot smoking weirdo, so he'll never go all the way right. He's never going to embrace that like traditionalist streak they've got. At least I don't think so. But as far as like social policy, it seems like he has embraced a right-wing agenda. As far as foreign policy, it seems like he has embraced a far right-wing agenda. I guess, although in this instance, this seems to be a pretty fucking ubiquitous feature of both parties in America, unfortunately. Both reflexively pro-Israel and, you know, basically turn a blind eye to anything that is anti-Israeli, anything that shows that maybe Israel is an apartheid state, Israel is racist, Israel is discriminatory, Israel murders civilians, all that stuff swept under the rug, turned away from, turned the blind eye. We don't see any of that. All of that is completely fucking invisible to us. Only the atrocities of Hamas are visible. Hamas kills 1,400 people. Oh, there they are. Israel kills 5,000 civilians in retaliation and already killed 5,000 civilians in the years leading up. Just from 2008 on to 2020, by the way. Killed 5,000 people in that time period and has killed 5,000 people in the last 14 days or so. All of that, invisible. We don't see it. We don't know about it. We don't hear it. We don't know nothing about it. That's okay. That's them defending themselves, the little scamps. Defending themselves with the billions of dollars in weapons that we provide for them. Turn a blind eye to all that shit. Oh no, we see that. We turn a blind eye to the murders that they do with those weapons, but, you know, we don't turn a blind eye to the weapons themselves. That's for self-defense. Is Palestine stopping Israelis from drinking clean water, fishing, traveling outside their home, building a home, traveling outside their country, building a home? No. None of that's happening to Israelis. Israelis are the alphas. Israelis are the top dogs in that region. Israelis make the rules. Palestinians are subject to the rules. So the idea that there is no oppression going on here is ludicrous. The idea that there is not an apartheid state happening here. I would love to hear Bill Maher's definition of apartheid state then, because apparently it bears no resemblance to the UN's. And it bears no resemblance to what we called an apartheid in South Africa either. So, yeah, I can't believe that yet another person that I grew up watching, that I had some admiration for, has sunk to these depths of dishonesty, has sunk to these depths of just brazenly embracing the wrong side. You know, and once again, if Bill Maher was willing to make a case for Israel and against Palestine that at least addressed and factored in the mitigating factors that I've talked about here, which, by the way, I did a very surface scrubbing of those things. Obviously, you could go way more in depth on the subject, but none of that's brought up. None of that's addressed. None of that's counter-argued. All of that is just ignored. If your argument is based upon not listening to your opponent, then I don't think it's a very impressive argument. If your argument is based on going la 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 whenever something that might challenge your position comes up, then I'm not impressed with your argument. And I'm not impressed with Bill Maher's argument here for those exact reasons. I mean, Bill Maher is not even a shit lib anymore. Bill Maher is a fucking neocon from what I've seen. I don't even know what you could. I mean, I think if the Bill Maher of today was transported back to you know, those the Bush war in Iraq, I almost just think he would be a fucking George Bush supporter. He'd probably fucking be like, oh, well, you know, we got to fight him over there so we don't fight him here. Like stuff he used to argue against every night on his show. Like this guy was one of the foremost anti-war voices in this country in the mainstream during Bush's little misadventure in Iraq. But now I almost feel like this Bill Maher would be on Bush's side, would probably be telling us how this war is justified and anybody who is against this war is a pro-terrorist, loves Al-Qaeda, whatever. So, I mean, I don't know. This is just not even close to the Bill Maher that, you know, existed, you know, when I was growing up. And this is literally like, I've watched this dude since I was a literal fucking child. I have been with him through a massive amount of his personal development. And just like Richard Dawkins, I feel like there was a point where he just stopped moving forward, dug his heels into the fucking sand, and just said no. And it's even kind of worse than Dawkins, because Dawkins just kind of has stopped. Bill Maher has literally regressed. Bill Maher has like started moving backwards in his beliefs. He started moving to this weird place where I almost feel like the Bill Maher of today and the Bill Maher that existed when I was a big fan during the Bush administration, those guys wouldn't even be able to coexist. He's that different. He's that changed. And I don't know if it was just a case of he's always been a complete fraud and a phony, and I just didn't see it then because he was saying stuff that I liked, or if he has like suffered some sort of major brain damage, or if he has just like started realizing he's got to grift the boomers because he's like the young audience isn't turning up for him. So now he just has to play hospice care for the boomer demo. I don't know what the fuck has happened to this guy, but it's hideous. By the way, there's video from a decade ago of Bill Maher calling Israel an apartheid state. Fuck me, dude. Are you serious? That is the fuck. If that's true, that is the cherry on the fucking sundae. Well, I just found a video from like 9 years ago where Bill Maher is still saying he does not think Israel is an apartheid state. So I don't know that that's true. I think that might be false. Yeah, I don't know that he ever actually called it an apartheid state. I think that might be a meme. Or if he did, it was longer than 10 years ago. Yeah, I think he was definitely more even-handed in his approach in previous eras. But from what I read, he was still pretty pro-Israel. I read something from back. I read a transcript from back in 2014 just now, and basically in that transcript, he was saying something akin to how Israel. Like, he said basically, I feel bad if a Palestinian kid dies, but really whose fault is it? It's like his father's fault for throwing rockets at him. So like basically just coming up with a hypothetical scenario to justify why it's okay for that kid to be dead. Invents a hypothetical dead kid, then invents a hypothetical terrorist father for that dead kid and said, well, really it's his father's fault. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's the fault of the people who murdered him, but whatever. But that's 2014. By then, I had already fucking realized Bill Maher was a shit and moved on. Like, this transition in his life happened a while ago. It's just gotten worse since. Because now I don't even think he would say he feels bad for the dead Palestinian kid. He'd probably fucking be like, yeah, good. Rotten hell, you little shit. So, but, no, I mean, the time period in my life when I was watching Bill Maher was like the early 2000s. And he was like in full anti-war mode and just rallying against George W. Bush every night. And that was great. I enjoyed that. Now, I don't know. Maybe if I went back and watched those, I'd see like, oh shit, this guy kind of always sucked. But maybe I just sucked more then, so I listened to him more. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. I covered all my segments, so I don't have anything left, so if you guys have anything you want to say, go ahead. There's 128 people in here. No one's fucking chatting. I'm depression now. Good. That's what this show's for, right? That's what we're here to accomplish. So I'm glad that it worked on you. Nice girthy Abandoned Hope tonight. Well, you guys got kind of a sparse one last week because I couldn't really find much. And this week, it was definitely still a challenge to find stories. I didn't really like any of the user suggestions, so I ended up going out and getting a bunch. Thankfully, I have my guy who edits my shorts for me had actually sent an email with a lot of good stuff in it, so I was able to draw a lot from that. We shy, we autistic. Good. segment where you explained gender was pretty fire. The whole show was really good. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting pretty tired of having to make that point over and over again, though, honestly. I feel like it's not that hard to grasp. So I feel like it's kind of weird that people seem to just flat out refuse to contend with it at all. Like, I have yet to hear anyone even put forth a counter argument to why gender and sex are not, are the same thing. I've yet to hear that rebuttal. I just continue to hear most transphobes continuously act like trans people think they can change their sex. And trans people don't believe that. So it's really very dishonest to put forth as an argument. I'm not saying there's no trans person that believes that, but if they do, they're being pretty ignorant. Can't change it yet. That's true. I mean, you know, if we become sufficiently technologically advanced, there could very well come a day when someone could change their sex. Then it's really over for those people. But that technology does not yet exist. So no one's really talking about that other than them, and really only as a straw man argument. We need to educate the right somehow on that issue. I mean, they can't be educated because they refuse to listen. A person can only be really educated if they have a willingness to learn. You can't give someone a willingness to learn something. So as long as that's lacking, they're really not you're never going to be able to advance that position to them. Unless maybe you have them as like a captive audience somehow, and you force them to be confronted with it, and force them to counter argue it. Anyway, I guess I've done enough for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. If anybody's watching this after the live stream, feel free to comment down below and let me know what you thought. Hope you enjoyed. Peace.